12 years. I never expected it to turn out like this. TheBoxingVoice.com. Shout out to the community, man. I appreciate y'all.
What's happening, people?
Info Joe, Los Angeles, in the building.
Adrian, the problem wrong, the man from the frozen tundra.
Keem, straight out of Florida.
Liz Lowe, Decatur, Georgia.
You already know what it is. It's the Queen, Martha K, Detroit. Stand up.
David Maldonado, New York City. Yo, Nuss, don't cut me off, man. Don't cut me off.
King Amin of Essex, catch me for them championship rounds.
Big Super Mac, Plainview, Texas.
Davidian in Buffalo. God bless you all.
In Jesus' name.
Without y'all, it ain't nothing. Without the callers, it ain't nothing, man.
Bad Girl, TKO, San Diego, California.
Big Fish, Vegas, Palm Beach, Florida. Intrigue, the Incredible, straight out the ATL. James Benitez, Huntsville, Alabama. It ain't hating, it's just the truth.
Show Kid, Mount Vernon, New York, suckers.
SDS Promotions.
Coach Mide from London, UK.
Let's go! I'm ready!
Checking in from Tennessee, it's Lethal James, P-A-Y-N-E. It's lethal.
Line 6 Reed, just spreading that boots gospel.
Bo from Bama, only in America.
Well, I'm a true attestation to the American dream.
King Born, Crown Heights, Brooklyn. You heard? 4 chicken wings and french fries, breakfast and champions. Let's get to it.
JT, New Orleans, Louisiana.
Stuff like that.
Yo, TVV, this Coach J-Mac. New Orleans, Louisiana, 504, baby.
What have you?
C. Y. E.
California.
Like the video, subscribe to the channel, join YouTube members and Patreon for some.
This is the #1 pound for pound and 2 division champion, Marvin the Tank Furman from Dallas, Texas.
Mr.
LV Southern, from DC to Stunt City, Bomb Squad.
Brandon Maurice, a.k.a. the AJ Trucking, straight out of Cincinnati, baby.
Madbat 100, U.S. Virgin Islands.
Chickarelli, Hollywood, California.
Louis Reyes, Boston, Mass. Yo, drop that SDS shit,
This
son.
message was brought to you by SDS Promotions.
The voice of the people. There is no equal. You can add Nestor Gibbs on Skype to be part of the conversation. TheBoxingVoice.com.
As I always say, please make sure you push the thumbs up. Share this and every episode of the Boxing Voice podcast. This is TBV for life. If you ain't on Patreon, that's because you're stupid.
Good morning, TBV. What's going on, ladies and gentlemen? Welcome back to another glorious edition of the Boxing Voice Radio. Thank God we're all up and ready to rock this morning. We're going to be talking legacy in the 135-pound division, and we will be joined by Bill Haney, also known as William H. Haney, the father, trainer, and manager of young, undisputed champion Devin Haney. So tell a friend, we will be rocking out. We're going to be taking calls on our Discord. That link is pinned in the live chat. If you haven't already done so, go ahead and hit that thumbs up button early. Don't forget to subscribe now. Why wait? Help us get to another goal that we're trying to reach. Let me see. Did we make it already, or are we still on the hunt for 152,000 subscribers? It looks like we need about 52 more people to get to the good old 52. But by that, I mean a 1 in front of that, 152,000. So go ahead and grab your child's iPad and or iPhone and subscribe to the Boxing Voice. I don't care. I don't care how you do it. Get it done. Before this show is over, we need to be at 152,000 and keep chugging away. Kind of like Devin did with that jab. Just pop, 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 just kept jabbing. So we're here to talk legacy, ladies and gentlemen. And, you know, Bill hit me up. He said, look, man, I'm coming in, and I'm coming in hot. I said, well, this is the place to do it. The voice of the people. There is no equal. And when someone's got to get it off their chest, they got to air something out. I love that they choose our platform, you know, to do so. And, you know, I get the gist of the conversation that Bill wants to come in on is, you know, you got these fighters in the division that Devin Haney is in, and they're not calling his name out. They don't want no sauce, you know. And he's really gonna. I think he's coming for Bernard, man. To be honest with you, because you know Bernard was trying to, I guess, downplay or if not make less than of whatever Haney is, and you know that really bothered Bill, I guess, because Bernard is a guy that's based off legacy, right? Like his legacy is 20 title defenses. That's in the history books. That's his legacy. 20 middleweight title defenses. That's his legacy, right? Then he has the second half of his career, which is old B-Hop being able to unify the light heavyweight division. So that's the second half of his career. And then, obviously, if you're a hater, you're going to discuss, you know, the final chapter with Joe Smith. Google it. So, yeah, it does strike me as strange that a guy like Bernard, whose entire career is built off legacy, now isn't necessarily championing for that. And I get it too, you know, we'll see exactly where Bill is coming from. But, you know, in this day and age, people are looking for the biggest money fight. And, you know, Ryan and Tank, they both seem to be drawing in excess of ticket sales. I know that there may be arguments as to what prices Ryan tickets were. I don't know that necessarily matters as much as what matters is that he's getting those asses in the seats and he's bringing them out of their house, right? Like it's one thing for the ticket price to be low, but it's still another thing for someone to travel to your fight and actually be a Patreon live. You know, a lot of us tune in. Even before I did this, I loved watching it at home. And obviously I've been to dozens and dozens and dozens of fights, but I prefer to watch it from home. So when you can be Alicia Baumgartner and get Danny Alvarez, a.k.a. Ringwalk, to fly to the UK to see you fight, you're converting. And, you know, that has to be praised and appreciated because not everyone can do that. Not everyone can get people to come out and actually watch them and pay whatever the price is. You know, because I'm sure Canelo and Ryan weren't the only one with $10 and $25 tickets in this lifetime. I am 1,000% sure that PBC did $25 tickets for many events. Now, I hear there is rumors that the tickets or the attendance is due to, and we're talking Ryan, is due to comp tickets, so to speak. You know, tickets given away. I don't know. You know, I've gotten many basketball game and New Jersey net tickets or New Jersey, whatever the football team was when it was green in New Jersey, and I never went. I never went. So just giving me free tickets doesn't necessarily mean I'm going to come. Obviously, it will help if I'm a fan of that sport. If I'm a fan of that sport, then yes, maybe. But again, now, does my wife want to go? Am I single? Do I have a babysitter? Do I not have children? Can I bring them all? Is it just me? Do I have a best friend to go? Is it a guy's night out? I don't know. It's a lot. So when you could get a dude and a woman to convert the way Tank and Ryan do, now I'm going to be real. Ryan never got me to convert. I've never been to a Ryan fight. I don't know. I would have to think. Actually, didn't he fight on Canelo Jacobs, Bo? Do you know? You're not the almanac, but if you can look that up.
I only know the opponents. I don't know the events, but I
believe he fought, because I remember interviewing him on Podcast Row for Canelo Jacobs. Now, maybe he was just there getting some good publicity, but he sat down with us. But
have you checked out the new BoxRec yet?
Yeah, yesterday it was kind of clunky though.
It's very clunky.
So they're not done because they updated it. I can see they updated it, and
I barely even know how to get to the actual event these days on BoxRec.
Really?
Yeah, it's like you got to go through like 4 steps rather than just click one button. It's like 4 you have to click now. Get it together, BoxRec.
Yeah, it's still down, you see. Every day it's been down. They're doing maintenance. I guess they're doing that update, and it's going to be a big one. So it just continues to, be buggy. So let me see here. Okay. Looks like what's his name? Christian Millie is going to be back in action. He's 21-0 with 19 KOs. And I believe, if I'm not mistaken, he is fighting in Montreal. Yep. He will be fighting in Montreal at the 168-pound division. So, this guy is a formidable opponent for anyone. He's been slowly climbing the rankings. I think he's like a WBC Continentals right now. And I think this new fight might be for like a WBA.
And who exactly is Christian Millie?
Let me see if I can get you.
Is he a potential opponent for someone?
He's 68, bro. He's 68, bro. So he's a potential opponent for everybody.
And what brought him to your attention?
I received the press release, but not only that though. Like I'm sure you remember his knockout. He fought on DAZN not too long ago and had a really nice knockout that went viral. But here's a picture of him. He's definitely got ranked in the WBC. So he'll be coming. Maybe they do something like with him. Isn't Gongora at 68 as well, or is he 75?
If I'm not, I know he fought against the guy that wear the bumblebee shorts with the high top fade, LaRon Richards. So was that 68?
Possibly. Maybe they put him in there with someone like that. That's not a big enough name for me. If you wanna, you wanna make it to America, you need a better name than that.
I've never heard of him, Billy, though. I'm checking him out now.
Really? That's so strange. I'm sure Rob has because Again, I think he had a fight with Matchroom, and he also sparred with Canelo. I'm quite sure of that. You know who else is fighting? Atif. What is it? Atif Oberton?
Never heard of him.
Come on, bro. He's the guy, and I hope I'm not wrong about this. I think he has alopecia. Am I saying it right? Because you know I ain't good at that stuff.
The first time I ever heard of alopecia was when Chris Rock got smacked for saying it.
Oh, okay.
So I don't know who got it. But I do see that in Billy, like you mentioned, is 21-0 with 19 knockouts. And he fought Ronald Ellis. Had no idea. DeAndre Ware is who he's about to fight.
Yeah.
And I like DeAndre. I seen him get beat by Shishkin.
Yeah, but then DeAndre Ware just get an upset win? Pretty sure.
Not really. He beat Ronald Ellis a few years ago, and that was an upset win. He was the B-side.
They saying he might be an AJ fighter. I'm telling you, bro. I can't believe
if you ain't beat nobody, I don't know you. Whether the amateurs, the pros, I don't know anyone on his record.
Yeah,
but I'm interested in seeing him though.
But
and the Ronald Ellis win was a good win.
But he got that's what I'm saying. He got the Ellis win already. So like, if y'all didn't catch that, y'all need to put him on y'all radar. Is all I'm saying. Like I've been on him.
5 people
I've been
got
on
the
him.
Ellis win though, so you know.
Yeah, okay, but Junior Johan got a draw.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? So you could be the dudes that end up on the draw, the law side, or you could be one of them 5. Not everybody is. Not everybody is. Shout out to Danny, who's in Philadelphia. Today will be the Danny Garcia media workout. So Danny, a.k.a. Ringwalk, flew out to Philadelphia to get us some coverage. Bo, maybe you should send him a Zoom link. Oh, damn, that's right, the Zoom.
We got like upgraded at the new studio.
Yeah, you know what? I got something for him though. If he's down, like if he's available, I got.
He was sitting, based off his Instagram story, he was sitting at Love Park, drinking some Starbucks. So I think he might be available. You know.
I can get to Starbucks for that part. Yeah. Sorry for the dead air. Obviously, I'm communicating with Danny. We should be having Bill Haney around, I would say 7:30 Pacific Standard Time, which I'm assuming is 10:30 over on the East Coast. So we're in for a ride, let me tell you. We got to keep it going till then. But we only need about another hour, right, before we get the big Haney in the building. And, I'm sure it's going to be a great time. This weekend, what do we got to look forward to, Bo? I think the biggest fight coming up is Danny versus Benavidez, right?
I mean, this weekend we got Isaac Dogbe versus.
Oh, that's right, Joet Gonzalez. Joet Gonzalez. Okay. No, Danny's not in Philadelphia. I mean, not here getting his own Starbucks. He's in Philadelphia getting his own Starbucks. Like I said, he's going to be going in to check out Danny Garcia. Yes, Las Vegas Leon, shout out to you. Gabe Flores is also back this weekend, right?
Correct. Against Giovanni Cabrera.
Yeah, the movie star. Yeah. We'll see.
Then we got Abdullah Mason on that same undercard as well.
I'm going to have to take this, Bo. You're going to have to rock out this Tevin Farmer. Tev, what up?
Tev, what up?
I'm actually live right now.
We got Tevin Farmer, Mickey Bay coming up soon.
I got Danny out there. He's going to see
August 13th, if I'm not mistaken.
So, you know, if you're available.
I'm not a host or a co-host. I'm just a fly on the wall.
Okay. For sure. I'll text it to you. Yeah. Bet. Thank you. Shout out to Tevin Farmer. Hit me back, and he's going to try and get with Danny. The problem with that is Danny's in Philly, man. Tevin said he's in training in Jersey. Even though he be low in South Jersey, which makes it way closer and easier, you know.
They got a pretty good card as well. A decent card, not bad at
Who?
all. Tevin and Mickey Bay.
Yeah, I want to get that interview because I'm like, I don't see Sprite no more, and that was so big for me.
Because they in Arizona now.
It don't matter why Sprite would fall off just because we not in Ghana. That's whack.
They was like in a huge mega stadium in Ghana. It's a little different when you're fighting in Prescott Valley, Arizona, which I'm looking forward to still watching that fight. They got Tremaine Williams on the card, Lorenzo Simpson on the card as well. So it should be pretty good.
Yeah. There's a lot of talk about Lorenzo Truck Simpson, and it's not boxing related. It's more like, will that become an issue because he's such good friends with both people? And I think that's kind of stupid. You know what I'm saying? Like, Maurice Hooker was friends with both Earl and Crawford. You know what I mean? So I don't see why Truck should be put in some sort of situation where he needs to pick sides, right? It's crazy to me.
I'm saying, what situation is it where you got to pick sides? I'm confused a little bit. Maybe I didn't hear exactly what you were saying. What situation does Truck Simpson have to pick sides on?
Well, they just, people just making, conversation, I would say, because he hangs with Devin. He was also in Australia.
Right.
But he's a Tank fighter, and he used to train in Tank's gym, and obviously rocks with Tank heavy, you know what I'm saying? Isn't he from Baltimore, too?
Right. Did Tank show up to that fight in Atlanta that he was supposed to? Or mentioned he would, that Truck was fighting in?
No.
I ain't seen him and Tank together in a while, so you got to go where they work at. You got to go where they pay at as well.
No, I hear you, brother. I hear you. Yeah, man, my mic was hot during the call, but, it wasn't nothing serious. Just connecting Danny with Tevin since they out there. And seeing, can we get you guys some good old content. Every day, we're uploading multiple different videos to our YouTube channel right here at youtube.com/The Boxing Voice. So I would ask you to definitely head there daily, quite a few times a day as well, because our editor is working hard at work to put out content again each and every day. All we do is send it to him, and he is making sure that thing is filled every day. There's something new, and it's been that way for a long time now. So if you haven't done so, check it out. We got plenty of interviews with Shakur Stevenson, workout footage with Shakur Stevenson and Jared Anderson, the up-and-coming superstar heavyweight. Bo, turn that mic off. Up-and-coming superstar heavyweight. And, yeah, man, we are working. There's footage of Oshaki Foster working on defensive techniques and hitting the bag, all types of stuff in the gym. We had our trip to Houston, and there is just dozens and dozens of videos to release, hours of footage, not to mention all the fighters that we get here in Las Vegas. There's Gabriel Flores videos if you want to check those out. We know he's fighting. Andres Cortez, we know he's fighting. There's footage of him out. Rances Bartholomew, footage of him. All the Bones Adams fighters. Sugar Shane Mosley Jr. in the gym, looking phenomenal, just waiting on an opportunity. Says he wants that Berlanga opportunity for sure. So hopefully Top Rank can make that one, because that is a DAZN fighter, but son of a legend, right? So maybe it's worth it to Top Rank to do a co-promotion to try and give Berlanga that name. I just don't know that they think Berlanga can win that fight. Oh, wow, Philadelphia's legal. Danny said he's Ubering to the dispensary. That's pretty dope. Yeah, I don't know that they think that Berlanga can win that fight. So, will they take that fight? Is that a fight that they would do next? Not necessarily sure. Not necessarily sure. Obviously we had Bernie the Boxer on yesterday, and he was quite adamant about Berlanga not wanting or ever doing that Steven Nelson fight. So, we got to see which direction Berlanga takes. But shout out to Berlanga that on his TikTok posted a beautiful destination video. He was somewhere, maybe the Maldives, maybe like fucking the Mediterranean. I have no clue. Maybe it was Dubai, because he also showed that he was in Dubai. Let me see here. Wrong one. This is in a voiceover. I doubt that you can hear it, obviously. The fucking cable still hasn't got here. But don't worry. It definitely is getting here this week. I ordered it like a day ago, maybe 2 days ago, whenever I said. So
it's not something you can get at like Best Buy?
Never. We need a fucking 25-footer. Look at where your desk is at. That's the problem. So it's only an online order because, there's a specific cable and the length of that cable, man. I wish. But like I said, it is on its way, and soon enough, everything will be back to the way that it should be, but better. This studio is a lot bigger. Not only the studio, but the facility is amazing. I finally got to work out yesterday in our brand new Venom sponsored ring. It's so big, so sturdy, especially compared to our last one. It's quite funny to see and feel the difference. And I've never been in a Venom ring. I won't even lie. So this is my first. And those, damn, Bo, do you call them turnbuckles even in boxing? That sounds so wrestling.
Yeah, ropes and turnbuckles.
Okay. I don't know. I'm like, yo, that shit sound. He's like.
I mean, it's the same type ring, though, literally.
Yo, and it has the padding. I mean, the way that the padding is on a turnbuckle, but it then goes over the top of the bar. Like, that shit, I've never seen that. That was dope.
I think that's like some UFC type.
I feel like.
Not UFC. Just
not UFC, but
boxing or something like that.
I felt the same way. I felt like, then they put all this padding in case MMA fighters use this ring.
Right.
I don't know. I don't know. Because, again, you got to pick somebody up and body slam them, throw them up where that padding at. But those 4 ropes, too, ladies and gentlemen, they're so tight. Like,
or
man.
Maybe if you're getting choked out in the corner, and you don't want your head sticking out the ring, so it'll be on that padding right there.
Yeah, man. So I got the workout, and that was cool. And then I'm in there, and Fernando Vargas. This is the amazing part of this job, right? It's like I'm jumping rope, and I got my back turned, so he jumps. I mean, he comes in, and he's like, "Oye, vato, yo no sabía que tú hablabas español. And I'm like, what? Of course I speak Spanish. And he's like, what? I didn't know you spoke Spanish. You know, I thought you was black. And I'm like, yeah, I get that a lot. And he's like, yo, I bet you be staying quiet too, don't you? I'm like, hell yeah, I stay quiet and see what people say. But it was funny, man. It was a great moment. Then he starts to ask me, right? Because obviously, you know, the kid looks good in the ring. So he's like, yo, how many fights you got? I'm like, bro, I've never fought. He's like, what? And then his son comes play me out. He's like, oh, he's one of those. Like, yeah, I fought in the Golden Gloves. What year? I don't remember. They funny as hell. All of them was there. So that's pretty cool, you know. Like, I'm basically halfway through my workout, and all the brothers are there. Amado, which I invited on the show, Bo. We need to get these guests back in here popping, man. I'm pretty sure I stood late last night and kind of wrapped up this whole right side, and might have to do a little bit more, but it's pretty much ready to rock and roll. There's no way anyone's gonna trip in here.
If you can guarantee no one trips, I will start.
Oh no, you didn't see this? You didn't notice? I bought the casing and everything, so I put all the wires in the casings. We're good to go now.
We don't want no accidents, you know.
Nah, we ain't trying to have those. We are good to go, without a doubt. So we can start definitely bringing them in. Got a lot of amateurs hitting us up. You know, someone from Phoenix hit me up like, bro, we just want to come on the show. We'll worry about our own expenses and driving out there. I'm like, yo, my producer's going to hit you up, fams. Let's get it, man. Let's get it. And everything went well yesterday. We have to hold off on the announcement as the people we've partnered with want to do a joint announcement, which for me is even better, right? Because then it's coming from the horse's mouth, and it gives us that little push on the prestige side. But you know, to those that know what I'm talking about, because you're privy to that information, we made it, baby. Oh, yeah, we made it. It's the big leagues now. It's the big leagues now, man. You know, it's funny because on Twitter, and I know y'all gonna think I'm like conceited, but whatever. It's on Twitter, and it's actually Danny showed it to me, and then I'm like, oh, that's Lids Low. So Lids Low compared us. He said, yo, old media versus new media, and he gonna say Undisputed Bo versus the Boxing Voice. I was happy right there. Just to be like, come on, man. Shannon Sharp, he like second to Stephen A, right?
Kinda these days.
Whoa. What you about to try and say? He bigger than Stephen A?
Nah, I ain't saying he bigger than Stephen A.
All right, then. So he's second, right? Ain't nobody else. Who's second to Stephen A?
I mean, there's a few other guys. I mean, so you talking about currently or just overall with, like, I guess black commentators?
Yeah, I mean the minorities, baby. We made it. Like, some of us don't get them to fucking make it. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, it's a few guys that most people don't like. So, yeah, Stephen A. number one, Shannon Sharp in the top 5 for sure, maybe top 3.
Yeah, man. So, I have this. Let me see. Where's Danny? Because I got this feature. Now that we don't have the cable, I believe this feature is going to work perfect. So that might be something we have to think about. If we ever use this feature, we have to cut the cable so it doesn't loop. I know you have no clue what I'm talking about, but it's okay. My clock came in. I'm telling you, little by little, she's looking beautiful. I did post a video on Instagram if you want to check it out, because I had to shout out my sponsor, How to Ding. We got the new hold up.
I can show it real quick.
Nah. You can't show it. Oh, with Danny's chair?
Yeah.
Do it then. I was about to turn this one on. See, got the Dion in the Haldin corner. Know what I'm saying? I just need a battery to turn it down a little bit, because you see how it was so bright on camera? I need the battery for the remote.
It look good though.
I think it's too bright, and it's blurring the letters. Slightly dimmed.
I mean, Danny gonna dull it down.
Slightly thin might make it a little bit easier to read.
It
But
look good on the screen, on the YouTube as well.
Oh, it do?
Yeah, I'm checking it out. It's not like too bright to where it affects your eyesight. Anyway.
All right.
Or you want to? It sound like you want to swap yours for the one Danny got on his side. You want the bright one with the little bud.
Nah. I mean, I just think it's more visible. But you the producer, man. If you can see it there and you think it looks right, then it looks right. That's all that matters.
It stands out quite a bit, but it's not too much. Simply Amira said, it looks fuego, fuego, fuego emoji.
Yeah, well, thank you. We appreciate it, man. We appreciate it. And listen, let me know, because we're not into giving out codes. You know, that's not the type of partnership we got with them, but I could definitely hook you up. If you want like 15% off, holla at me, you know what I'm saying? And I get you that from my friends. We don't have like a code. It's not like a code bet TBV or nothing like that. But I'll hook you up. You know what I mean? So just get at me. DM me if you in town or something like that, and we will set you up with the best and the number one. They just won a bunch of awards. I reposted that too. They just won a bunch of awards over like the last week. So the best and the number one and the sexiest bud tenders that you'll ever see. It's crazy because you got Wiz Khalifa out here, and he has some sort of ownership or stake in Reef, but his DJ obviously is with Hadiding, and Hadiding is more popping, man. I mean, I've been to Reef. It used to be all about Reef until I realized they always never have the Khalifa Kush because of everyone knows that's Wiz's alleged spot. So it's whack, you know what I'm saying? So I end up going to Hadiding where they always got Khalifa Kush. You know what I'm saying?
Bro, they got a super duper inventory.
No. Yo, it's like over 100 strains.
On the walkthrough, it was more stuff than you could like take in one visit. It's going to take a lot of visits to take in all that different product they got.
So what sort of poll are we making, Bo? What do you think we should do here? Is it like a does legacy matter? You know, legacy, money, respect, or is it money, legacy, respect? I mean, like, how do we, because obviously that's the problem, right? It's like you got Ryan Garcia, who was an interim champ. He was the mandatory, but he refuses to want to fight any champion. Like, he never called out Tio when Tio had a belt. He doesn't want to fight Devin when he had one belt. He called him an email champ. Now he has all the belts. He's saying he shouldn't be happy that he beat Kambosos for those belts. The only guy he wants to fight is Tank, who really doesn't have the main belt of that division.
And my question is...
And he wants to fight Tank for 140 anyway, where there is no belt.
What's the problem with him only wanting to fight Tank? That's the biggest. That's like top 3 biggest fights in boxing.
Well, the problem with him only wanting to fight Tank is that we get what we get from him,
which is
Javier Fortuna off of a year layoff, Emmanuel Tago off of a year layoff, and failed negotiations with Jojo Diaz, failed negotiations with, what's my man's name?
All that still adds up to Ryan being like one of the top guys in the sport regardless, and him and Tank in the ring together is still one of the best fights in boxing.
We'll see, man. We'll see. All right, so I think that I got Danny here. Let me see how this works. How do I do this, right? Is he in? Danny, you in? Okay, you choppy because you don't have any service. That's why you're not in for real, because you like black. There's no video there. Your Starbucks doesn't have video, homie. Hello. Yeah, he's got to get better service. When he does, that's him trying again.
Come on, Danny. You can do this.
Well, hopefully this works. He's got poor service wherever he's at. We'll keep trying. We'll keep trying. It is Philly, baby. Okay, no, not yet, not yet. Well, we'll keep trying to connect with Danny, who's in Philadelphia, on the ground, you know, boots to the ground. He's going to be in Danny Garcia's gym, getting that good old coverage for TBV. So expect to see that on our YouTube channel today, later on this evening. Shout out to Ring Walk Danny, who's going to be walking on top of the ring while Danny Garcia is shadowboxing today. And we will be having Bill Haney here in studio in about 38 minutes or so. He should be texting me and letting me know what's what.
Is he going to stop by Bozy and Boots?
He definitely stopping by Bozy and Boots before the Danny Garcia workout.
Nice.
I already plugged him with all that.
Right.
Yeah, we got the Valley Savage. Hit the like button, you weirdos. What emoji is that? We need like a dictionary for these emojis,
Blowing
right?
smoke emoji.
Blowing smoke out the nostrils.
Yeah, out of anger, frustrate, like a bull.
Yeah. Did I miss anybody else? Let me scroll. I sure enough did. Who is this? This looks like Way B says, with Tank's success with pay-per-view tickets, sales, numbers, with just regular belt, is he bigger than the belts at 135? Yes or no? Yes. Absolutely. He's the only pay-per-view star without a belt, like you said, without opponents. Like, he could fight anybody and do what others can't. You know what I'm saying? Like, look, Ryan just showed you. What'd he do, 11 with Javier? Javier is known. If Tank would have fought Javier, Javier is more known than Isaac Cruz was. Yes, Isaac Cruz was fresher, but Javier is more known to the boxing public than Isaac Cruz. What's that dude he fought? Ricardo Nunez. Yeah. I mean, yo, the list goes on and on, bro. The list goes on and on. Like, Tank could sell out with anybody. Don't get me wrong. Barrios was pretty known. I don't know how known. He never had no career-defining fight. And he never had a career-defining fight. You know what I'm saying? That was going to be it for him with the Tank. Then he got the Thurman fight, and he ready to come back. We seen his Instagram. He ready to come back. So, what do we got? Uh-oh, D-Styles that says, TBV, hope all is well, Ness. It sure is, bro. When are you coming to the studio, man? I invited him. I invited Joe Habib. I just want you guys to know I've invited plenty of people to come on out and, take advantage of being with me here in Las Vegas, take advantage of our relationship, get some exposure, come to Vegas, meet some other boxing contacts, and be in the studio, man. Talk some boxing. You know, shout out to Corey and the Spit Bucket podcast that came through. That was a good old debate. Definitely got a lot of attention.
Right, he got the people riled up, bro.
What? His short is doing crazy well.
I hadn't even seen the short. It's like just the feedback. I heard the feedback before I heard what initiated the feedback.
Yeah, the short is out there, because he's pro Earl, and he says something about Bud, so you know how that go. We got John Doe, the Tahoe.
John Doe in the Tahoe.
Okay, in the Tahoe. He said, first time I've ever super chatted anyone on YouTube. Salute to you and the team. I've been a long time subscriber. now. Much love from Jersey. Oh, shout out to you, John Doe. I'm from Jersey originally. Thank God I left the Four Seasons. Who was I talking to about that? Yes, just yesterday. Like, yeah, man, I'm out of those Four Seasons. Like, I can't stand Four Seasons. You know, it's crazy how life works. I tell you, I prayed to Jesus Christ for that house in Florida, but I love Vegas. This weather is better, man. It's not humid, so you don't really sweat unless you want to when you're working out. And and by that I mean you're gonna be moving, so you're forced to sweat. But like minimal movement doesn't allow you to sweat here. Where like in Houston, I was drenched for moving my big toe. You know what I'm saying? It was crazy. And the fact that it barely rains out here, I fucking love that. You know what I'm saying?
Needing some. I feel like there's a lot of people walking around, some with home, some without, and I just feel like they need a little rain. They need a switch up every now and again, for mental clarity.
No, I hear you, but that's down by
tripping out here, bro.
That's down by those main streets. You know, when you in your
bro,
that's
you
what
ain't in your own cul-de-sac. As soon as you put out your cul-de-sac, it's stragglers.
I mean, again, I don't know.
But you from Jersey and New York, so you don't even see the stuff I see. Like I see stuff a little different due to the fact that it's
I guess. Listen, you ain't gonna be able to stop the bum life out here. You know what I'm saying? Like
see,
the homeless,
bro. You got disrespectful right away. I said stragglers.
The homeless are always gonna exist here and in Florida.
It's a lot of homeless
for multiple reasons. In Florida, they migrate in the winter. So they go down to Florida where it's warm and it's easier to sleep at night.
If you can migrate across the country as a homeless person, you're doing pretty good, in my opinion.
Bruh, you never watched documentary? Them dudes be making like $500 a day panhandling.
Not the ones here that I didn't see. They be walking, man. They clothes be tattered.
Bruh, listen,
I was in the gas station, dude. Whole
every 215 exit has somebody panhandling it, and they there every day. Right. The same face. It's for a reason.
See, them the hustlers though.
But that's what I'm saying.
I'm talking about the other ones, like the white dudes that be literally brown because they ain't bathed and since they got to Vegas.
Yeah, but those are the people that still ain't get over the fact that they lost everything at the crap table. They still in depression, so they burning under the sun.
They burning under. That's what I'm saying. They need some water to
I promise you. I promise you. I think it was me and Danny, because if you don't remember this story, it wasn't me and you, but we were only walking a short distance from the car to wherever we were going, but I spotted a homeless dude on his knees, bathing in a stream of water. Mind you, we in Vegas, people. So I said to Danny, like, damn, that's a fucking hustler right there. That's one of the dudes that's gonna make it because he finding a way in Vegas.
You said he a hustler because he
Fuck yeah. Fuck yeah. He probably washing up to go to an interview. What is you talking about, man? Bruh, listen, if you got your hands and your fucking feet, you ain't got no job, it's because you don't want one. Even in Vegas.
You making up a situation now.
No.
You seen one man washing his feet and hands in a puddle.
Hair too. That motherfucker was in there like, he was getting down. I'm telling you, at the rat. I'm like, oh shit. Like, he doing it. Because, listen, there's people that don't even think that well. You know what I'm saying? And they just sitting around stinking. Like, no, right. he gonna change his situation. If he could do that, he could do more, is all I'm saying.
Understood.
That's all I'm saying. But anyway, that was your 20-something seconds of Vegas street life, bruh. Because they definitely out here.
Yeah, they out here.
But that's because you want to assume that they came out here and they fucking ruined it at that damn table, man. A lot of people love to gamble, man.
A lot of people come from California too. They like running away from something, you know. Whether it's high rent or, you know what I'm saying, the mob or whatever.
The mob. Yo. Wow. The mob. All right.
We got a poll out.
What's it about?
It says, which fight would you like to see the most? We got Devin Haney versus Tank Davis at 44%. Tank Davis versus Ryan Garcia at 46%. And Devin versus Ryan at 10%.
Yeah, man. Devin versus Tank, 44%. Tank versus Ryan, 45%. Wow.
Top 3 biggest fights in boxing, bro.
They don't care about Devin versus Ryan. That's so strange.
The belts ain't a part of the green print. Like, Floyd was never undisputed or nothing like that. The belts ain't got nothing to do. It's like a popularity contest.
They got Tank versus Devin 50-50 now, basically. 45-45.
It's gonna be big.
I wonder if you would have wrote it. I wonder if you would have wrote it Ryan versus Devin. Would that have gotten more? Because the Ryan fans feel like he was written in the A side.
You think? Yeah, both parties gonna think that their side is the A side, but Devin is truly the A side. So I got to put it how it actually is. You know.
So you saying Tank is the A side over Ryan?
Yes.
He sure enough is.
But
enough.
Now, when I did the poll a few weeks ago,
Tank Ryan just moved 2% up.
When I did the poll a few weeks ago, Tank was the A. They said that Tank is the A side over Devin, but in reality, I believe the casinos believe that Devin would be the A side over Tank. So I put it the way that MGM Grand will put it, or my bookie.
All right. So that is interesting. It's back to even, bro. As it was just 46%, 44, and now it's back 45-45.
It's a dog fight.
It is. Devin versus Tank, 46%. We in the lead.
Stop swaying the people.
We in the lead, baby. Let's go. Yo, that's the biggest fight in boxing. We all know it. I've been saying.
The biggest fight in boxing.
What?
I can't say. No,
bruh, let me tell you something.
We got the man on the way, so I ain't gonna just say
it ain't even about
everything.
what he say, because he gonna want that fight.
Nah, it ain't about what he said.
Gonna
it's
want
about
that
what
fight.
I could say.
He gonna want that fight for fighting reasons. He gonna want that fight. But I'm talking about crowds, bruh.
The crowd's gonna come out for the guys who knocked the guys out. They ain't gonna come out for the belts. Don't even. The casuals don't even know who.
I wonder
got
what's
the
the
belts,
age demographic. What's the age demographic of Ryan's crowd, man?
I'm going from common sense up, which is 15 years old to 115 years old.
And that's what I'm saying, bro. Tank audience with Devin audience. That's more of a mature. This is ladies' night out. This fella's night out night. It's like a party. You don't want to mix teeny boppers with grown ass men. Like,
man, teeny boppers the ones spending all the money.
They got crazy.
Man, they got Call of Duty with 7,700 guns on that junk.
And why was the tickets $25 then?
Same reason.
Tank
Errol
don't got
Spence,
no.
Same reason.
Tank
Errol Spence tickets
don't bring up
$26.
Earl. Don't bring up Earl. We talking Tank. We talking Tank, Ryan, Devin.
I don't understand why people want the tickets to be high. I want to be able to go to the fight, so please let the tickets be affordable.
They $25 so that them teeny boppers could afford it. I'm just saying it's two different crowds, Bo. I'm not saying Ryan's crowd is bad. I'm saying it's two different crowds.
If the ticket prices were the same at the Errol fight as they were at the Ryan fight, then
when you go to an Earl fight, you don't see no kids running around there.
Have you been to a Ryan fight? I haven't. So.
I have not, because I ain't no teeny bopper.
So you just assuming that it's kids running around.
I've been. What?
You hadn't been, so you don't know.
Bruh, have you ever been around Ryan Garcia? Do you see what happens?
Man, we talking about the fights. We ain't talking about being in his presence. We talking
what
about
is you
the fight.
talking about? If I'm at a Canelo fight and he's there and the kids is reacting to him, how you think it's going to be when he fight?
The man is popular.
They react to him for free, and his little kids.
All right, so check
this
out. Man, I hate to say it like this, but Haney would be a bigger star if the kids knew him like the kids know Ryan.
Possibly, but we not arguing that.
Thing.
That's what you're not getting. We not arguing that. You think I'm trying to say it's a bad thing. That's why you saying it's a good thing. That's not what I'm saying.
The way you mentioned the $25 so that the teeny boppers could afford it.
It is because they young. They young. They got allowances. They don't got fucking jobs. Tank audience got a job. Devin Haney audience got jobs.
Man, they audience is hustlers like us.
Well, let them be hustlers. They got Lamborghinis and it's like a pack of Skittles out there. What is you talking about? Nobody want to be around no carnival little kids.
Hey, man.
Doing magic tricks and shit.
You don't like Gatorade?
Like I said, man, I've been to 3 Tank fights. I've been to 3 Devin fights.
Do you like Gatorade?
That's what I want.
Do you like Gatorade?
I don't drink Gatorade.
You don't drink Gatorade?
You know I don't. You never seen me drink Gatorade. You've been
call-
around me enough time now. You know what I drink? Coffee, water, Red Bull.
I'm going to call Ryan and see if he can get that Red Bull
He don't even
deal
got
for you.
Gatorade no more. Why y'all think
Man, I just seen the commercial.
Bruh, that's a one-off. You ain't even see him wear nothing Gatorade. Ain't nothing on his motherfucking IG say Gatorade.
Cause
he
he
ain't had nothing Gatorade on his shorts at the fight.
You can't put a Gatorade patch on Dior shorts. Come on, baby. Come on, Nash. You got Yeezys on right now. You know style.
You right.
You
You
know
right.
fashion. You got the dopest
You right.
shirt ever
No, you
on,
right.
the
Ryan.
Boxing Boy shirt.
No, you right. Ryan is smarter than Floyd, so he ain't put nothing on his no patches on his Dior shorts. Meanwhile, Floyd put hundreds of patches on his Hublot shorts where he was still. Matter of fact, what was the shorts where he made 20-some mil just to wear the last fight?
Probably some Hublot like you mentioned.
So
like that.
don't talk to me about patches because this Dior. Because
you
Floyd,
said patches.
Floyd,
I said Gatorade.
Floyd is
You
the
said he
king.
didn't have a patch.
Floyd is the king of designer and still put patches on. Patches represent money. You trying to say don't put a patch? Don't take a check?
Man, Dior
Come
is
on,
money.
man, you sound crazy, man. Dior's one check, brother.
So
Floyd getting a check from Hublot and any other patch.
I got one question. Do you not like Ryan Garcia? Because that's what it sounds like. And I know you ain't a hater of nobody.
That's what
so
you
I ain't
making
calling
it
him
sound
that.
like.
But
That's
do
what
you
you
not
making-
like him? Do you
that's
not
what you-
prefer him over a Tank or?
That's what you. No, I do.
Devin?
I do not prefer that
So
fight.
you definitely got him in the number 3 spot overall on just
It's not about
entertainment
spot.
factor.
It's not about spot. If I get my preference, I'd rather have Tank Devin Tank, because I've been saying it. I'm on record saying it. I want to see what those two audiences look like together.
Understood.
That's it. There's nothing else, man. Like, y'all making it out more than what it is. There's nothing else but that.
You gonna go to that fight if they made it happen?
Of course. Like I said, I went to the last 3 Tanks, the last 3 Devins.
Nice.
So I will be going.
Gotta
That's
go-
all I'm saying.
Gotta go live from the fight.
You go to where what draws and attracts you.
If Tank
you know?
fought Ryan, would you not be drawn or attracted to that?
By TV.
Wow.
It's not a, bro. That's what I'm a certain age bracket, man. I'm not about to be hanging with teeny boppers.
No comment.
Just saying. I know if I go to a Tank fight or a Devin fight, it's gonna be adult entertainment. It's gonna be an adult atmosphere. People gonna be dressed up, looking their best. They got on their best.
You know what? Right now, it sounds like you missing something, and that's going to a Ryan Garcia fight. Once you go to one of his fights, then check back with me and see what you think about his fan base. Because right now, you've been to Devin's, you've been to Tank's fights, so you've seen those fan bases in person, and I understand where you're coming from.
Mm-hmm.
But until you go to a Ryan fight, I think you won't have the full 360 scope of like exactly what these fan bases bringing to the table. Because right now, you imagine toddlers running around that Ryan fight.
No.
King Ryan.
I'm sure there's some of those for sure. Sure there's some of those for sure. But no, I just prefer an evening crowd, one that could be carded. I prefer a 21 and older crowd. That's all. Ain't nothing wrong with that.
And you're assuming that Ryan doesn't bring that. And
I'm assuming
it's only
listen,
right that you assume that because a lot of his fan base is younger.
You are right. You are right. I am assuming, but the only thing I'm assuming is that he brings in a younger demographic, and I'm probably right.
So what you think about when he the Jake Paul fight? What kind of crowd fan base was that? Was it
Jake
weird
in Tampa? Jake in Tampa? It was, I would say it was a young 20s, like, 20, maybe 18 to fucking 32, 31 maybe?
So he the true king of like the teeny boppers and stuff. We never heard of Jake Paul until he became, he's like a freaking Disney kid.
But again,
literally.
But you see, You trying to make it out to be like Nesta doesn't want to be at any fight that has a younger demographic. No.
I never said that.
No.
I said I recommend you go to
but you're
see
not
if
listening.
that's how it actually is.
It don't matter. You're not listening to what I'm saying. Like, there is a preference. I didn't buy a Kia. I bought a Corvette because that's what I like.
Understood.
So all I'm saying is my preference would be fucking Tank and Devin.
So check me out. If you've never driven the Kia Telluride or the Kia Stinger, you don't know what you're missing until you try it out. So you've never been to a Ryan fight. You got to go to see what's going on. Rather than assuming that the Corvette is the best thing out there. As a 6'7" guy like yourself.
Never use the word best. You see, you trying to win the argument by twisting my words.
I ain't trying
as
to win
a person that works in car sales,
from being twisted.
As a person that works in car sales, it is a shame that you would say what you just said. I don't need to test drive a fucking Stinger to know about it. I know 2 German men made that car, and they come highly recommended from motherfucking Mercedes. Those are 2 Mercedes fucking former employees.
So it should be a nice car, right?
It is. But but you don't get it.
Shout out Ryan Garcia.
I still want my Corvette. You don't get it. You can't tell me what I want. I want Devin and fucking Tank. The fuck? I don't want Ryan.
I didn't say you should want Ryan. I'm saying
no, you trying to find reasons why I don't like Ryan. It ain't about not liking
so just
Ryan.
Like you want the Corvette, I prefer to not have the Corvette.
I
prefer
just rather
different.
see
I want the
them
Stinger.
2. That's all. I'd rather see them 2, not them 2. That's it. Ain't nothing wrong with that.
You can have the Corvette. I'll take the Stinger.
Cool. And I'm going to spank that ass. I'm going to spank that ass. I bet. Nah, but actually that Stinger is turbo. I'm pretty sure that Stinger is turbo. Okay, look, they said former BMW employees, not Mercedes. Okay, so what? I can't know every fucking thing. I was pretty close, though. And that's all I'm saying. You can read. And the Telluride, I was going to buy that too. And I
bet you were.
My best friend is Cuban, and he clowned me. He like, man, don't buy that shit. You crazy as hell. You know, it's a Kia. And I'm like, bro, Kia the only company out here giving 100,000 miles. I'm not a kid anymore.
10 year, 100,000 miles.
I ain't no kid anymore. I ain't got time to be worrying about what the girls like. Niggas, what's going to last? He like, yo, if you buy that, I'm going to go to Florida and steal it. I
done capped out. Let me stop capping. I will 100% take a Corvette over a Kia Stinger. But for argument's sake, you know, I prefer the Ryan versus Tank fight. Nothing against Devin. Nothing against Tank versus Devin. Nothing against Devin versus Ryan. But I think that's like one of the biggest fights in boxing. As far as entertainment and just popularity and sales and all of that goes. But as far as quality of fight, Tank versus Devin, 100%.
Let me take a quick intermission here. Looks like we got a friend of the show out front. We'll be right back.
12 years. I never expected it to turn out like this.
TheBoxingVoice.com.
Shout out to the community, man. I appreciate y'all.
Happening, people.
Info Joe, Los Angeles, in the building.
Adrian, the problem wrong, the man from the frozen tundra.
Keem, straight out of Florida.
Liz Lowe, Decatur, Georgia.
You already know what it is. It's the Queen, Martha K, Detroit. Stand up.
David Maldonado, New York City. Yo, Nuss, don't cut me off, man. Don't cut me off.
King Amin of Essex, catch me for them championship rounds.
Big Super Mac, Plainview, Texas.
Davidian in Buffalo. God bless you all.
In Jesus' name.
Without Chai, it ain't nothing. Without the callers, it ain't nothing, man.
Bad Girl, TKO, San Diego, California.
Big Fish, Vegas. Palm Beach, Florida. Intrigued.
All right. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. So we got about 15 minutes here before we get to Bill Haney. Let me just put in that text, make sure we are still good. You know what? And I never sent them the new address. I be forgetting that we moved already. Let me make sure I sent them that. But we are discussing, obviously, the big debate me and Bo are having here is what fight makes more sense? And not financially, because I don't care about that, right? I'm thinking more, what's going to be the bigger fight or the better night out as a boxing fan? I guess that's kind of the way that I need to be presenting this. You know, and Bo believed Ryan.
Whoa. Say what you believe, and then I can say what I believe.
You believe that Ryan and Tank are a better night out.
No, I never said that. I said I think it's the more popular fight. It'll do better numbers. It's better for TV. It get the two biggest fan bases.
I don't know. I gotta debate that, man. Ryan,
we've been debating this.
Ryan is on an app that we don't even know how well he's been doing. And yes, Devin comes from the same app, but at least he's gotten that ESPN push and coverage.
And Ryan got the Gatorade push.
The Gatorade push.
Gatorade push.
Hilarious with this Gatorade shit, man. Come on.
I mean, that's big. Check out the list of Gatorade sponsored boxing athletes, and you'll see that, hey, that's pretty big.
Yeah. No, won't you do a Google search here? Let us know how many times his commercial gets played on television to give him all this grand exposure that you're talking about. Last I checked, that commercial was an advertisement. You know, it wasn't a commercial made to make Ryan any more popular. It was a Gatorade advertisement. So, I don't know. And like I said, we're talking Gatorade when we did not see it in sight anywhere for this fight. Not on the ring apron, not on the ropes, not on his jacket, not on his shorts. You tried to joke it off and say it's because he was wearing Dior, and I clearly showed you facts that even Floyd, who wears $26 million sponsored shorts, still puts patches and collects those other checks. So the fact that he wore Dior doesn't mean he can't still represent his sponsor that's making him so popular in Gatorade. So I don't want to hear that shit. I want facts. Facts over feelings, B. Facts over feelings. We got Wade B that says, so Ness, is it no longer a race to Ryan? Absolutely. For the fighters, absolutely. Because they all know he's the most vulnerable. They all see that. He's still pulling out. Like, come on, man. Somebody gonna come over the top. Easy. So, yeah, it's a race to Ryan so that you can get his O. That was never said as a compliment. I never once said that as a compliment. I'm on record repeating that same phrase for the reason that I am, because he's the most vulnerable. It wasn't him that went to a foreign country and out-jabbed a champion. And it damn sure wasn't him that had a 140-pounder rolling around. Now, don't get me wrong. He just had Javier rolling around, but Javier wasn't a true 140. You know what I'm saying? And I guess it could be argued that Barrio was not either, but Barrios and Javier were in two different points of their career for sure. You know, Javier at this point, you know, he doesn't really have any wins to speak of. You know, he was waiting for an opportunity like this, and he didn't do what he needed to do, you know. And it's unfortunate because we beat the drum for him a lot early on when he wanted a Devin Haney shot. But look, he got this shot with Ryan and, you know, did exactly what I thought he would do. Get knocked out in the 6th, and that's why I bet it and made a bunch of money. You know what I'm saying? So it is what it is. But I did text Bill. Let me see. Okay, so he says we're good for 7:30 as far as I see from our text. So hopefully that does work out and we could get his thoughts, not only on the fight, but the legacy part, right? Because again, Ryan versus Tank, there's no legacy in that. What are they fighting for? I mean, if you leave it up to Ryan, he wants to fight Tank at 140 where there's really nothing to fight for. So, you know, the fact that Ryan is saying he's done with 35 when an opportunity at legacy is right there. Like, he literally just has to say, yes. We all know DAZN wanted to make that fight when both Devin and Ryan were there. And again, it's a race to Ryan. We all know that Bob would make that fight because of what Ryan brings to the table. But instead of legacy, he's choosing Tank. And I don't know that a win over Tank would really, be a claim to legacy. Yes, it would be a fantastic win, one that will go down in history, but I don't know that it gives you instant legacy because you beat Tank. But you beat the undisputed champion and you put your name in the history books as an undisputed champion. That is creating legacy. Same goes for Tank. Fighting Ryan, who, Isaac Cruz is posting on his social media wearing, Instagram belts, doesn't give Tank legacy, Does he need it? I would say yes. I mean, boxing is more than making a check. Floyd was Money Mayweather, but before that he was Pretty Boy Floyd and put it down,
So when it comes to legacy, bro, first of all, I don't really think it paid the bills. I'm just going to start with that.
Mm-hmm.
Secondly, people don't really remember what really went down. Know what I'm saying? Like Michael Spinks, for instance, was 175 fighter, won all the belts, moved up. It was no cruiserweight division, moved up to heavyweight, fought undefeated Larry Holmes, who Larry Holmes actually said this. He said if he get beat by a 175 pounder, he will retire. Michael Spinks moved up and beat him. They had a rematch. Michael Spinks beat him again. Like that's major in boxing.
So that's not legacy?
People know Michael Spinks for getting knocked out by Mike Tyson though. They don't even know they don't even know all the great stuff Spinks did. Most the casual fans, just the average boxer.
But that's just a testament to how big Mike Tyson was.
And it's just a testament to how big Ryan Garcia is.
I'm not understanding. No one's gonna remember Emmanuel Tagoe because he lost to Ryan.
That's why I'm not mentioning him. I'm mentioning him versus Tank Davis, not Emmanuel Tagoe or Javier Fortuna or Luke Campbell. I'm mentioning him versus Tank.
Brother, you just listed off a bunch of accolades, right? And then you ended in Mike Tyson, an iconic name in boxing.
Ryan is a name in boxing currently.
Man.
A big one of the top
you
names
see
in boxing.
that pause you had?
He's the only Gatorade sponsored boxer.
You don't even know if he's still sponsored. Why you keep saying that? You ain't see the fucking logo nowhere in this
When the
fight.
last time you seen the commercial?
Come on, man. On the zone?
When the last time you seen
on
it?
The
Not
zone?
where.
It was a DAZN produced commercial.
I didn't say where. I said when, bro.
Bruh, the last time I watched DAZN. Last time I watched DAZN.
Did you watch it today?
No. Hell no. I'm pretty sure it was the last live fight chat we did. Not name Ryan Garcia. They didn't even show it on his own fight, bro. We was in the studio. You remember seeing the shit this Saturday? Do you remember seeing it this Saturday?
I remember seeing it.
You fucking lying. Show me. Now
you asked me to pull it up.
Yo, because you know you lying, man. Get out of here. They didn't fucking play that shit.
I remember seeing it. It was him. It was Dame Lillard. They were sitting on the side of the ring. Ryan had the orange Gatorade and Dame had the fruit punch joint. Know what I'm
saying? Hey, I hope they did because that's the only place that shit get aired.
Ryan is the first and only Gatorade sponsored boxer.
You the first.
Shout
and
out
only.
Michael Jordan. Shout out Tiger Woods. Those are the. Shout out Dwayne Wade, Serena Williams.
Shout out
those
Bo
are the
Mason.
people.
Shout out Bo
Jason
Mason.
Tatum.
Comparing Michael Spinks and Mike Tyson to Ryan Garcia.
I was comparing a legacy. Know what I'm saying? Defining moment.
Bruh, you comparing
that no one remembers.
You comparing legacy-defining moments with legendary fighters. Ryan hasn't done anything legendary. Anything. And that's the point of this show. They're choosing money over legacy.
The green print.
Ain't no green print. There was Money Mayweather and there was Pretty Boy Floyd.
Floyd Mayweather Undisputed.
Bruh. Money Mayweather.
What belts is
Money
he known
Mayweather.
For? Like, no one knows.
Money Mayweather.
They know he fought Conor McGregor.
Money Mayweather and Pretty Boy Floyd. Talk to me about Pretty Boy Floyd.
What was a bigger fight?
What
was a bigger fight?
When is Ryan gonna have Pretty Boy Floyd moment? Just a moment. We don't need a fight. We don't need a whole career. You got a moment?
So what is Pretty Boy Floyd moment? Knocking people out?
No, fighting the Castillos of the world, fighting the Corraleses of the world, the Hernandezes of the world. You know,
Fortuna was the boogeyman until he got slayed.
You can't be the self-proclaimed boogeyman. Stop it, man. Nobody ever called that motherfucker that.
People was running.
Nobody
with that.
ever called him that. Nobody ever called him that. Stop lying, bro. He lucky I can't see his face. He probably back there laughing with all these goddamn lies.
Before they called him boogeyman, after the fight, they started calling him booger man.
Yeah,
come on, bro.
Yeah, because he was snotty as hell after that left hook.
Which one?
He'd have been even worse.
The one to the body or the one up top?
He'd have been even worse. He'd have fought motherfucking Tank.
Who knows? I mean, Tank went 12 with Gamboa. Do you think how many rounds you think Ryan will go with Gamboa?
No, he ain't go 12 with Gamboa. He stopped Gamboa in the 12th.
So they went to the 12th
correctly.
Do you think Ryan
Say
Garcia?
It correctly.
You think Gamboa would make it to the 12th round with Ryan Garcia?
Say it correctly, so when the audience listen, they can understand that Tank's power carries length. That's what that means.
Fortuna
if you stop somebody in the 12th, your power
Fortuna
carries
went
length.
the distance with Diaz, who just fought Devin Haney.
That's good. That's good.
He couldn't even make it through the halfway marker when he fought Ryan Garcia. Ryan ain't bad, bro. People be hating on Ryan.
I
didn't say you.
Ain't nobody saying Ryan's bad.
Because I know you ain't hating on Ryan. I know you
bad.
get it. I know you understand that I'm right in this argument, but you trying to do this for the people.
No, the one that's doing it for the people is you. You out here.
Why would I do it for the people?
teeny boppers.
Why would I do it for the? If Danny wasn't here, if Danny was here, I wouldn't be saying nothing. Especially knowing that Devin's dad is about to pull up. Know what I'm saying? But you kept, know what I'm saying, pressing, pushing that button, and bam. Devin Haney.
You capping for the teeny boppers,
Devin Haney
man.
gets left out, and Ryan Garcia versus Tank Davis is the top 3 biggest fights in boxing. Not for legacy, for popularity. It's a popularity contest, baby. This like wrestling, WWE.
If you
Wasn't
say
Big
so.
Mo just on here talking about that? Let's do what the wrestlers do and see if we can get
We
the
got
fan
Brandon
base like they got.
Brandon in Houston capping for Bo, saying Tank versus Ryan is the biggest event in boxing easily. Crazy.
It might do more numbers.
Crazy.
It might do bigger numbers than Bud versus Spence.
Crazy.
I think it'll do bigger numbers than Bud versus Spence.
Y'all tripping.
I hate that that's the case because it shouldn't be that way, but shout out Gatorade. Shout out Dior.
Gatorade. Get the fuck out of here. That shit wasn't even present. He's stunting out here. Yo, fat $10 super chat. Good morning, Ness, Brandon, and Ringwalk on location. Salute emoji. Just wanted to say good morning to the TBV gang and get these likes up. It's 700 of y'all in here. Speaking of 700, let me go ahead and see can I find what Bo hates. This is going to slow Bo down right here.
Slow down.
It's going to slow Bo down since he want to be all on your man's, what's his name?
Bro, I'm just calling it how I see it.
What's his name? Teeny Bopper? His name is Teeny Bopper, man. Let me see here. We going to pull up my magic wheel. See? Because my man Sell Dogs, I wonder if that Sell Dogs in Milwaukee. If it is, shout out to you. You've been rocking out with me for a minute. Can I get a free super chat? Free chat saying you are or you aren't Sell Dogs in Milwaukee? Well, not Sell Dogs, but Sell in Milwaukee. So I just figured Sell Dogs, Sell might be the same team.
So Ryan Garcia 3 days ago, shout out to UK Rob, tweeted, getting that knockout in Dior was special. Thank you to Kim Jones for the design. Gatorade replied, still the champ. Keep grinding, Ryan. Keep grinding, Ryan.
That a reply means we affiliated?
Yeah, we affiliated.
Come on, man. You are you working behind the curtain now.
Hold on.
Stop the bullshit.
Hold on. If you tweet, man, I had a great day at the new studio. I love it. Thank God for everything that he's given me. And Bud Crawford replies, what'd he say? Still the champ. Keep grinding this. Y'all affiliated.
Man, that don't even make sense.
Y'all
man.
affiliated. That's your man's. That's your man's. De la Mio. De la Mio.
De la Mio.
De lo que?
Yo, that example was doo-doo.
Nah, bro. Y'all affiliated. That's your man's.
Doo-doo.
Come on, bro.
Doo-doo.
That's your man's.
Doo-doo.
Ain't no bad blood. Ain't no beef. That's your man's now.
Doo-doo. Boo, 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 boo. That example was doo-doo.
Shout out Hardin.
You know it.
Shout out Kenichi Bear for the headphones. Hibernation 5s. Get you some.
We actually about to get into our super chat. Will, let me go ahead and give all these guys they spin because we appreciate every time you guys super chat. You know, we appreciate that. So we're going to go ahead and I should have probably blacked that out first. But, you know, hey, now it's gone. So this one will be for D Styles. It's a $5 spin, which will probably, not get upgraded since he's not here anymore at the moment. But who knows, right? So he landed in the Kenichi Bear headphones, which means he has an opportunity to win a beautiful set of Kenichi Bear headphones. In order to do that, in order to be entered into that raffle, it does need to be a minimum of a $15 super chat. So his already $5 super chat would have gotten him an opportunity to win something in some of our smaller raffles, but he landed on this. So he still has the opportunity to win this if he wants to go ahead and send in the remaining $10 in the last minute that you see above my head. So these are Kenichi Bear headphones. These come from a amateur boxer. His name is Cardin Chapman. And his dad, obviously, employed him to start a business during that COVID time. And he came up with this very sleek and amazing designed headphones. These Hibernation 5s double as gaming headsets and also as training headphones. For any boxers or anybody that is athletic, you can use these for bicycle riding, obviously shadow boxing and being in the gym. So check them out. If you don't want to participate in our twice a month raffle, where we will be giving 2 sets of these out every month for the next, maybe year. You can always head on over to their website and use the code TBV to buy them if you don't want to wait. Because, there's people like that. Sometimes we don't want to wait for things. We don't want to participate in raffles and worry about whether or not we're going to win. And we just pay like we weigh and go to the website and get what we want. That being said, if you're going to do that, make sure you use the code TBV. So now the link is in the chat. And I'm actually even going to pin it for a little while. Looks like we got a super chat from Rod now. He says, I wish he thought that at promotions. What? I wish he thought that promotions. I wish he thought that promotions. Bo, help me. What the hell is he talking about? I've read it.
I don't know.
Multiple
I think he
times.
said Ryan versus Tank is the biggest fight in boxing. I think that's what he's getting at, based off what I'm reading.
Yeah. Ryan versus Tank is the biggest fight in boxing. Let's see. Does my bookie have that fight? Are there lines for that fight?
Un momento.
Because if my bookie don't have a line for it, they don't even believe that that's going to be a thing. Just saying. But let me get back to my super chat, Will. Next super chat was from Way B. That was also a $5 super chat. So we're going to go ahead and spin the wheel as well for Way B. Hopefully he lands on one of these $5 raffles. If not, you can always upgrade. All right, so this is a David Benavidez autographed glove. It's actually right here. Shout out to Bo Mason, best producer in the business. He's got a whole collection of these gloves, and I'll be showing you this one in just a second. Here we go. So this is actually a signed David Benavidez gloves. This is 1 of 4. There's only 3 left. We've already given 1 away. So this is another authentic David Benavidez the Mexican Monster autographed glove, and it's also on a custom TBV and Sabas collection glove. Sabas actually seen my story yesterday, Bo, and I was like telling fighters like, hey, fighters, check out my gym where you can have your private, training facility or whatever. And he's like, wow, that's your studio. I'm like, yeah, come through. So he might be coming through today to make us, take the measurements on the chairs to get us some custom leather Sabas chairs. You know what I'm saying?
So they have on ProBox the odds for the Tank Davis-Ryan Garcia fight. They have it scheduled for November 6th, even though obviously it's not official, and this is just speculation.
Can you imagine they went on November 6th, and that's the alleged month for Earl versus Bud? Imagine having 2 super fights in the same month.
So on here they have it scheduled.
Well, 1 super fight and whatever you want to call that.
They got Spence Bud for the speculated date of September 23rd. Obviously, it's speculation.
But that was the first speculation date when, that was before Canelo announced.
But they got Tank Davis at a -200 and Ryan Garcia at a +160, which sounds legit in my opinion.
Yeah, that's crazy. That's not that bad.
Right. Oh, you thought it would be different?
I thought it would be a little wilder for Tank. Tank is the main.
Okay.
Yeah. Tank is the man, in my opinion. I thought that would be.
I mean, he went 12 with Gamboa, bro.
All right. I got the Valley Savage. That was a $2 super chat. And we did say that. Then we got John Doe. And that was the first time he ever super chatted. So definitely want to give John Doe a spin for his $5 super chat. Anything 5 and above gets you a spin on the wheel. So this is for John Doe out of New Jersey. Kenichi Bear is hot today. Yo, so that's up to you if you want to go ahead and send in another $10. That'll put your name in the raffle for these Kenichi Bear headphones that we will be giving away in T-minus 13 days, right, Bo?
I don't know the specific.
31. 11 days, excuse me.
Which
11
days
days.
it going to be?
11 day,
okay.
July 31st.
July 31st.
July 31st, so 11 days to go. Now, you do have uno minuto if you want to send in that extra 10 so that we can put your name in the raffle for these specific Kenichi Bear headphones. So as you can see, the timer is going right there. And up next was Dr. DAZN with the £2 super chat. He says, Haney is the A side. Fire emoji. Also the money bag emoji. Brandon Lenz says in Houston with the $5 super chat, so he gets a wheel spin. He says, have Ness explain the difference between Jake Paul and Ryan's fan base because he raves about Jake's crowd every fight. Well, I've actually been to not only Jake but Logan. They don't have a young, bro, I literally met a girl that is on Twitch and gets half naked in fucking swimming pools doing noises on microphones and was bouncing up and down in front of my live with her tits. Don't give me the bullshit. It's not a young crowd. Won't y'all stop lying? Did you go to Tampa to see Jake? Did you go to Miami to see Logan? Well, if you haven't, stop fucking lying. Does Jake do anything on his YouTube channels in the last 5 years that make him look young? Dude's flying in helicopters and jets with, amazing jewelry, bikinied women. What the fuck are you talking about? The same crowd. You sound silly as hell. But anyway, man, let's give him a wheel spin. The fact that he's trying to make Ryan, look at Ryan and look at Jake. Who looks more mature? Actually, who is more mature? One man.
Ryan is definitely more mature than Jake.
I'm not even going to feed into this guy.
Jake is all game.
This guy is trolling. This guy is trolling.
Jake was riding in the back of a pickup truck throwing toilet paper at some
Ryan is not even in
fighter.
control of his own career. Jake made $45 million. He corrected the world. He made $45 million last year off of boxing. Jake is more mature than Ryan. Jake has his own promotional company, not like Ryan, who's fucking a slave to someone else. Okay? Jake has MVP, and he's out here really promoting. He got Amanda over $1 million. The fact that this dude would even... Bro, Jake is more mature because he was able to go straight to YouTube with a pay-per-view. Jake is more mature because he was able to fucking negotiate deals with Triller, Showtime, and fucking DAZN. Don't talk to me about maturity.
Business and
fuck out
you
here.
said
No,
maturity.
you trying to talk.
And I
You
said
trying to talk
Ryan
about
is more
his
mature than
pranks.
Jake. Jake
You
is
trying to talk about his pranks.
Pranks, exactly. You
Fuck
do
out
pranks.
here.
That's childish.
No,
Pranks
that's
are
not
childish.
childish. That's his business. That's his business.
Say no more.
Come on,
Ryan
bro.
signed to the worst promotional company in boxing.
That's not
And
our problem.
And you want to knock him for what's going on? He signed
Not
to,
our problem.
He in a death row, a Suge Knight contract.
Not our problem. That he signed to Golden Boy. But we got a wheel spin for Brandon in Houston. Ooh, he would have been happy with that Benavidez +1. But that's for nice, good old-fashioned IBO shirt. And we should be getting a whole new shipment. But think about, I don't want to say 500. But definitely a lot of shirts coming. They're coming. So this is for an IBO shirt. If Brandon wants...
No. It's for the Nevada Hall of Fame Tommy Hitman Hearns t-shirt.
Ooh, so if you want to be involved in the Nevada Hall of Fame Thomas Hitman Hearns t-shirt, one of a kind, you do have to send another $5. Excuse me, another $5, Brandon. Other than that, you golden. You don't have to do anything because remember, your super chat, you was already trying to super chat to say, you know, voice your opinion on the Voice of the People outline. We're just trying to give you a little extra, and if we can put that super chat in a specific raffle to give you guys something back, we want to do that. And it is now 7:42 and no Bill Haney. Why is he doing this to me?
That's how I be feeling. It'd be the 12th round. I'm like, still no knockout, Devin? Come on, bro.
You going to feel just like that when he fight Ryan and Tank, too. Still no knockout.
I actually got...
He going to be outboxing them boys.
I'll save it because I feel like I'm going to be attacked by a two-headed monster shortly.
Fat $10 super chat from Buffalo Falls. Shout out to Davidian in Jesus' name. Hey, good morning, Boxing Voice family. Bo from Bama and Ness Heyman are really funny today. 100 emoji, 3 fire emoji, 2 laughing out loud emojis. I'm dead emoji. Well, shout out to you. And we're going to take that fat $10 super chat, put it into this raffle, and hope that you win something good. All right. So what you can do if you want to get not 1, but 2 entries into the Yo Elvis autographed glove is send in an extra 5. And that will give you 2 entries instead of 1. This is a +1, which means you get the 1 and another. But you don't have to. It's totally up to you. But the clock is ticking. Up next is Cell Dogs, and we did say that super chat, but we never spun the wheel for my mans in them, and I do want to do that. Hey, have you happened to see if he might have replied and whether or not he was Cell from Milwaukee?
He said he was Cell from Atlanta.
Oh.
And he said he'd been rocking with us since 2019. I don't know how I seen that, but I seen it.
You the man. 2019 is a long time. Here goes a $10 wheel spin for Cell in Milwaukee.
Atlanta.
In Atlanta. And you landed on the Islandri Laura glove. You don't have to do anything, Cell Dog.
Hat.
Yep, hat. Islandri Laura hat. As you can see, the triangle on the hat, not the glove. That was a mistake on my behalf. You don't have to do anything at all. Bo's going to put your name in the Islandri Laura hat raffle, and we'll be giving that away in 11 days as well. Everything on this wheel, someone or multiple people will win on the 31st, will be the day that we tally everything up and give it away, yeah. All right, so up next, looks like I got Way B with a $2 super chat. He says, so Ness, we answered that. And then we got a $3 super chat from Brandon Lenz who says, Tank versus Ryan is the biggest event in boxing easily. You said that again? Okay. Then we got Average Boxing Fan with the $1.99 super chat that says, stop crying, Ness. Ryan versus Tank is bigger fight. Oh, really? Oh, really? Is it? Is it? I don't know. I would prefer to take my lady to Tank versus Devin. I'm sorry. You know? We just want that mature crowd. We want that grown and sexy, man. We want them, you know.
You've been blinded by the Ferraris and Lamborghinis in Atlanta.
Nah, man.
You've been blinded, bro.
In Vegas, too.
You got to change.
In
You
Vegas,
got to get
too.
you a new pair of glasses.
Listen, in Vegas, too, that's what I'm trying to tell you. When he fought Linares and JoJo, Skittles. Skittles. When Tank fought in Atlanta, not only was it Skittles of motherfucking Lamborghinis, but it was the stars. Dr. J was there. Like, all the Love and Hip Hop Atlanta girls. Like, all of them. All of them. My man, what's my man name? The dark-skinned tall brother. He's like a music producer, and his girl was on Love and Hip Hop.
I don't watch none of that.
Yeah, I
bro.
know. I know. You gonna act like you don't know. You
don't.
gonna act like Tank don't be bringing them out. That's how you gonna act. That's how you gonna act.
Tank definitely bring them out. Devin brings some out as well. But like I
Some.
mentioned, yeah, he
Bruh,
brings
it's
some
the
out.
it's
He bring the
listen,
dude. He brought Damon Lillard, the dude that was on the Gatorade commercial with Ryan.
He brought him to Australia.
He brought him to Australia.
Come on, man.
Shout
and
out
I'm
Gatorade.
talking about the level of patron, man. We talking about people that buying bottles versus drinks, man. That's all I'm saying. We got AJ Smooth with a super chat. Shout out to the amateur AJ Smooth rocking out from Oregon with love. Ryan ain't bad, but he ain't enough. Tank versus Ryan Garcia topic is a fight that can happen versus a fight that should happen, like Tank versus Haney. That's fucking right. Cell Dog says, no, sir, I'm from Atlanta. Been rocking with you since 2019. AJ Smooth, that was a $5 super chat. So we're going to go ahead and give you a wheel spin.
Would you rather have Dame Lillard come to your studio and do an interview, or you and Dame Lillard be on a Gatorade commercial together?
I would rather Damon Lillard come to Australia because
come to your studio for an interview, or you and Dame be on a Gatorade commercial together.
Like I said, I would rather him come to Australia.
I said the studio.
The studio.
For an interview. Know what I'm
the
saying?
studio, because the studio shows that it's a more personable relationship. He taking time out of his.
It's just you and Dame on the side of the ring, no shirt, drinking Gatorade.
But that's paid for by Gatorade.
You got the frosted
That's
flavor.
paid for by Gatorade. Dame coming here the way Devin came here after Australia. That's fucking love. That's real shit. Dame doing a fucking Gatorade commercial. That's Gatorade paying his ass. Stop mixing the two.
Man.
One dude got to pay to hang with him. The other dude paying.
Ryan did not pay to hang with Dame.
The other dude paying.
Ryan and Dame
the other
were paid
dude
to
paying,
hang together.
Dame paying to go see Devin. Don't ever get it confused.
Hey man, put me on the side
Don't
of the
ever
ring
get
with
it
Dame on a
confused.
30-second commercial.
So that's a Yo Elvis glove for that $5 super chat from AJ Smooth. So AJ, if you do want not only a one entry, but a +1 entry into that Yo Elvis glove, you got a minute to send that in. And that means you got to send in another 10 buckies. 10 buckaroos. We got NO. What up, NO? New Orleans stand up. He said, Bo done lost his damn mind. You heard me? That's what I said.
NO, my biggest hater.
Yeah, right.
He the Tim Bradley of the Boxing Voice back call.
NO don't got a hateful bone in his body, man.
Tim Bradley don't either,
Why
but
you
they
lying
sound
on that
just
man?
like, man, NO. Whoa, yeah, that NO right there.
Lying on
and
that
Tim
man.
Bradley sound just like when they talking about boxing.
Lying about that, man. We got Fred Robinson with the $5 super chat. It says, Ryan may as well become Tank and Devin's hype man at this point. The clout chase is real. I'm with you, man. And that's a $5 super chatty. So we're going to go ahead and add you to our already going raffles and see what you get. Spinning that wheel. Benavidez, you get an entry to Benavidez if you upgrade your already existing super chat right now. That was a $5. So if you send in another 10, you'll be added into the David Benavidez autograph glove Raffle, which is right here. In the meantime, I'm going to slide in a call while we wait on Bill. I'm going to send him some more texts to see what the hell is going on.
You want King Born?
Yeah, you're going to Born. Always from the top to the bottom. That's the order that they came in.
All right.
I'm going to have to send Bill a voice message like, yo, you got a gang of people waiting for you. What's goody? I know he's seeing this. He love making me sweat, too. He like, yo, Ness, you know I was outside just watching. Like, damn, fam, you got me sweating, tossing and turning. What's up, Bo? What we was doing? When we were going to King Born?
When he accept the invite, he probably driving the big rig
All right,
right
go
now.
under him. Who's that?
The real Jose 97.
What up, Jose?
Come on in, my man. Oh, he didn't accept either.
Bill, man, you got me with like 700 people live waiting on you, man. What's up? What time you coming in? He gonna be like, yo, Ness, I thought you said 8:30. I'm like, Bill, you clearly thumbs up to 7:30.
Hey, yo, Ness, you there?
I hear you.
Hey, yo, listen, man, yo, Ness, don't hold me back, man. Let me take fucking Bo head off, man. Everybody listening, live chat listening, TBV live chat comrades. Bo is a goddamn undercover Brian Garcia lover. He started this bullshit that acting like Ryan Garcia killed the killer. Fortuna is a dude that hits you in the head with a plastic wiffle bat. You're gonna hurt, but he ain't no tournament. Everybody know Devin Haney and Tank as a fellow Tanker Maniac and all my TDB live chat Tanker Maniacs. We know that's the bigger fighter. You think Tank gonna lose to a motherfucker rocking Dior drawers? Hell out of here. Get out of here, Bo. Bo, you on that bullshit? Hey, yo, Ness, I'm telling you something about Bo. He needed intervention. He on that liquid fentanyl. He became a Ryan Garcia lover the day after the fight. He been on here in the backcourt abusing us, trying to get at us. Fuck that. It ain't going down like that, Bo. I'm going to expose King Born investigation team, Ness Heyman. We on your behind, motherfucker. We on you. Stop the bullshit, Bo. Fuck Gatorade. Nobody drink Gatorade no more. We drink water and iced tea. Tell them, Ness. Tell them, everybody. Like I said,
Born, we going to come right back to you. I got Danny in the building. It says guests has muted themselves. So, Danny, whenever you're ready, I think we should be able to hear you.
Champ, you can hear me?
I hear you perfectly. Let me lower this so it doesn't double back into the mic. But what up, though?
Yo, so check it out, right? So your home state, New Jersey, weed is legal, right? So I land in Philly. I come to Jersey to get some bud, and then I get a text. And so I had to come check.
Oh, shit, so you made it to the gym on time. Get the fuck out of here. That's what I'm talking about. Hey, Tab, I ain't know he was going to make it. That's what's up.
You have faith in your boy? Come on, man. I ain't here bullshit, and I had to go get that. You know, and then come see the champ.
Oh, that's what's up, man. That's what's up. I'm glad you guys was able to connect, man. Like I said, I wasn't sure if you was going to be able to make it with the schedule and everything.
Hey, we finna go crazy on the 12th.
Tev, man, I hear you going to be fighting here in Phoenix, man. we going to definitely make the trip, man. That's only a couple hours for me out here in Vegas.
That's my backyard. Yeah, we there. We there. Yo, no BH yet?
No BH yet, man. He got me out here looking crazy.
He on his way.
Yeah, I know he on his way. He always want to make me sweat, man. He like, yo, Ness, I know you was nervous. Like, hell
but
yeah,
come
I'm
on,
nervous.
man.
We coming in.
We got over 700 people live, man. Make sure to subscribe. Make sure to smash that like button. Ringwalk Danny hopped on the red eye. Caught this flight to Philly. I'm on my way to see Boots after this. And then I'm on my way to see Danny after that, man. So.
Yeah, man. Danny living that life. He going to see Boots, Danny Garcia, and just got to see Tevin. Shout out to you, champ. Keep hustling, man. You fighting that good fight out there. Look at that. Look at Tev, man. Tev, you in shape.
Hey, I've been working. I ain't even posting like that, but I've been working.
I see, man. Damn, that gym big. What's that? That's a new gym? Oh, wait. Is that Hammerhands gym?
I trained at a few gyms here.
Which one is that? Is that
Champ?
Where's that gym at,
Champ,
Danny?
I'm gonna get the content. I can't show y'all too much. I'm gonna get some footage. You know, I'm busy out here. I'm on short time.
All right. Well,
All
I'll
right,
catch
brother,
you on the
we'll
next
be
one,
posted.
champ. Thank you for checking in. Try and check in from the media workout if we still live. You never know what we doing
sir.
over here.
Got you.
Hey, get Danny, get Boots to sign that hat.
Oh, Dan, did you bring a glove?
Hold on, champ. Come on. Hold on, champ.
Oh my God! If he brought a glove, this guy might be the best thing we've had on TBV. I can't believe if you brought a glove. That'll be dope. You on point, like a knife.
Hold on. Not one.
Get out of here. He brought 2 gloves, y'all. That's what's up. You the champ. You the champ, man. Hopefully you don't forget. I know it could get. Dan, you brought 3?
3 of them.
Oh, wow.
I just got to go get a Sharpie.
Hopefully you don't
I
forget to get them signed, because I know, being by yourself and interviewing, you might forget some shit. But keep doing your thing.
For sure, champ. I'll check in.
All right. Well, hopefully you guys heard that clearly. Yeah, that's our little interview feature. That looked pretty good, too. Shout out to Danny for being able to make it all the way to Tevins on time. We got a $5 super chat from Hustler's Home. Shout out to you. He says, I can't believe serious boxing fans take Ryan Garcia seriously. But salute to TBV and to the chat. Bo crazy. Yeah, man, I know. Bo out here. Everybody used to thought Bo knows, but Bo's out here playing games. Let me see here. We got to go ahead and spin this wheel for Hustler's Home. $5 super chat. Let's see what he gets. You feeling lucky? Looks like we got some callers. Who's on the line? Kenichi Bear headphones. If you want, you can add 10 to that 5 and be in the raffle for this Kenichi Bear headphones. These are Hibernation 5s. These are gaming headphones, and they double as workout headphones. So you could jog with these, shadow box with these. So all you got to do is add another $10 to that pre-existing $5, and you'll be entered into this raffle. And Bo, how many people are in it for this? It's only like 4 people, right?
I got yesterday's list at the house.
Oh, shit.
But for today's list, we got 2 as of today.
Oh, no, we don't. No, we don't. None of those dudes
that sent the money over.
What you mean?
2 people in the raffle today that sent everything over that was necessary.
So you saying I'm gonna get to super chats that for the people that needed to make up the money? Because nobody spent and landed with $15 spent. But we're gonna keep it moving to Caesar with the $10 super chat.
And we got Venom on the line as well.
Venom. All right. Right after Caesar, the $10 super chat, he says, spin that wheel for me, champ. Hashtag TBB for life. Caesar, Jim, Saturday. Let's do it. We're going to spin the wheel. $10 super chat. That gets them in most everything. Usually 15 gets you an A-Tang. $10 perfect for the shirt. So you are in the raffle. Caesar is from Las Vegas. So Caesar, we're going to put you in the raffle for the t-shirt. Shout out to you. And Venom up next. Talk to me.
Oh, no. Why you keep disrespecting Ryan?
How?
Because you keep talking about this maturity thing. If you look at Ryan's analytics, it's mostly women who follow him. So you keep talking like he got some kids following him, which there are some kids, but it's mostly women.
There's a lot of kids, man. I've been around Ryan and I've seen children draw.
What makes you think the mom ain't there to see him, and they're just bringing their kids?
You're right,
every child got a mom.
But if the kids are there, that means the kids ask their mom to bring them. That's usually how it works. You don't go to Disneyland because you want. You go because your kids want.
Maybe they couldn't find a babysitter, bro. And why not bring the kid to a Ryan Garcia fight?
Look, I'm not mad at y'all, man. I'm not mad at y'all, man.
All
I said is that I prefer to see Devin Haney versus Tank because of their audiences. I want to see those audiences mingle.
What audience does Devin have?
Have you ever been to a Devin fight?
Have you ever been to a Ryan fight?
Yeah, but let's be let's be real. Devin fights. Most of the fans are rooting against him. They're not even his fans. They're their opponent's fans.
That's fine. Whether they're his opponent's fans or someone else's fans, they're very attractive, sexy, well-dressed, well-clothed, well-carded. Like, they have money. That's all that matters to me. I want to go out. When I spend money for Nestor Gibbs, for me and my wife to go out, I want to be amongst a certain type of crowd. I want to be amongst a certain age demographic. That's all I'm saying. I never once said Ryan's a bad fighter. Never once said he doesn't have a fan base. You guys are literally mad at me for my preference. That's not fair. I should be able to
Stop trying
Devin.
to play victim.
It's the truth.
Stop trying to play victim.
It's the truth. I should be able to want Devin versus Tank and not have any shame.
But I'm saying, so they shaming me because I think Ryan is the biggest opponent for Tank Davis. But I'm not playing victim about it. Like, it is what it is.
No, I'm not playing victim. I'm simply stating facts.
You said I don't want to be shamed.
You guys
on your heart.
You guys are trying to categorize me, and I'm getting people coming at me just because I'd rather watch Tank Devin. There's nothing wrong with that.
I thought we were arguing which was the biggest fight. But
I never once said that.
Okay, so which is your preference?
Never. I always said preference. Press rewind. And that's what I said, Bo, you not listening to me. I don't care what's a bigger fight. I've always said on record, I want to see those two crowds mix. I've been to Atlanta. I seen what Tank could do. I've been to Vegas. I seen what Devin could do. I've been to Baltimore. I seen what Devin could do. When Usyk pulled out, Devin sold that out. Last minute. I want to see those crowds. Ain't nothing wrong. That's my crowd. There's nothing wrong with that. Like, why can't I like what I want? Don't the wolves hang with the wolves and the sheep hang with the sheep? I want to fucking hang with the fucking crowd that I like. There's nothing wrong with that. You guys trying to shame me because I don't want to motherfucking watch Ryan. Like, that's on you. Go watch Ryan. Go watch him. I want to watch Canelo versus Gennady. That's the fight I want to go to. I want to go to Earl versus Bud. That's what I want to go to. That's what I want to spend my money on. Now, if you're going to pay for me to go, you're going to buy me the ticket, that's different. But if I'm going, let me do my own thing. Let me do it the way I want to do it. Like, you dudes is tripping out here. Samuel Kimami, I don't know. We're going to just go with Samuel. He says, Tank over Ryan. All right, $5 super chat. We're going to go ahead and give you a wheel spin for that, just in case. Again, these are normal super chats where you just sending in $5 because you want to say what you want to say. We're trying to add you into a raffle. So this is actually a $15 raffle because you landed on the David Benavidez glove. So if you send in that other 10, which is something I don't think Bo was hearing, then we'll add you to that raffle. But if you don't, we read your super chat, and you attempted to get into something. We got Average Boxing Fan that says, Ness sounds like he hates the kid Ryan. See? And this is what you guys have done. I've never once said anything
what you
hateful.
Said. It's
I
not,
never once said anything
he
hateful.
He said you sound like. So he didn't say Bo's making it seem like. He said you sound like. So it's what you were saying, which made you sound the way he said you sounded.
I never said anything hateful. I said always and remain, I want to see Tank versus Devin. I want to see those crowds mix. I want to see what it's like when, the M&M Lamborghinis come out and the Skittles Lamborghinis come out. That's what I want to see. That's my preference. Call me shallow, materialistic, you live in other people's life. Whatever the fuck you want to call me. Just don't call me you see me at a Ryan fight. That's not where I want to be. We got Bougie from Broward with the $5 super chat. He says, can I enter one more time? You can enter as much as you want. That's the thing. If you want to ensure that you win that David Benavidez glove or the Yoelvis glove or the Devin Haney glove or whatever glove, just make sure you keep getting entries. So we're going to take your $5 super chat and put it into our wheel spin and see where you land. All right, for those that are only here to see Bill and you're not real true supporters, he did text he's here in 10 minutes, and that was a few minutes ago. I forgot to say something. So this is for the Yo Elvis glove, Bougie from Broward. So if you want to attempt to win that glove, then you know what you need to do. Another $10 gets you in the raffle for the Yo Elvis Gomez glove. And Bill Haney actually said 15 minutes. 15 minutes.
I found out who Arlie Loves to Dance is. Because I thought it was a girl. I thought whatever. That's JP from Long Beach.
What?
Arlie Loves to Dance with the next super chat that says, give me AB and Ryan with the $4.99. That's the JP from Long Beach. I think he like using someone else's, you know.
JP from Long Beach. Wait, so we stopped at Bougie. Wait, no. Okay, Bougie sent the $10, so you know he's in there. But let me go back, though, because I'm not fully where I need to be. We got a bunch of super chats I got to get to. Hustler's Home also sent his 10. Damn, do you remember what glove that was?
That's the Kenichi Bear headphones I was talking about.
Oh, so you always on point.
Not always.
Even though you're taking shots and trying to be a fake Ryan fan. Oh, shit. Fred Robertson sent his 5 as well. I mean, his 10, it looks like, with a new message. So he's in. And, all right, let me just go back to the bottom. So you had got to Ariel Loves to Dance and give me AB and Ryan. So we'll give you a spin is what we can give you.
Shout out JP from Long Beach.
And see where you land. So right now it looks like, Yo Elvis glove. So JP Long Beach, if you know what you got to do, if you want to be in that Yo Elvis Gomez glove raffle, send in another $10 and that'll make you part of the raffle for the Yo Elvis Gomez glove. For those that are asking, yes, you can drop a question to Bill. It's on our Patreon page. I'll go ahead and have that link sent to me. And we'll put that in the chat in case you want to ask any questions to William H. Haney. All right, let's see here. So 13 hours ago, we put this out. Let's see how many people participated. All right, we got David Maldonado. Shout out to you. Killer Kells in Cali. It's James Valdez in San Antonio. We got Bougie in Florida. Ruin a 504. Christian Fight Fan. And Brandon in Houston so far. So if you want to drop your question, make sure you head on over to our Patreon page at patreon.com/theboxingvoice. I just tweeted it out, and now I will add this to the live chat and pin it as well. So we're going to keep it moving with these super chats. Next up is a $5 super chat from Real American Fan with the angel emoji. And it's a $5 super chat. He says, hey, we have to comparing fan base. Okay, so I have to fix this myself. I think he wants to say, hey, we have, not half, he wrote half, like half. But he wants to say we have to compare, not comparing. We have to compare fan base to boxing. American boxing got fighters focused on being famous than actual boxing. We worshiping fame, King Devin. That's pretty strange for you to say that, but then you turn around and say King Devin. So I don't know. Because, we usually worship kings and shit like that. But all right, moving on. We'll give you a wheel spin. And you're right, though. Boxing is more focused on fame because with the fame comes the money. With the money comes a certain level of respect and prestige. But we're spinning your $5. Oh, you landed right on the keychain. So you are in the, you're in the keychain raffle. You're in the keychain raffle. Let me just, who's that again? That was
Real American Fan.
That's exactly who it was. And Davidian, he sends in a $4.99 super chat. He says, I really want to see Ryan Garcia versus Tank Davis. That's the fight to make ASAP. 2 glove emojis. So I wonder if Davidian sent that 5 as a message or as that 5 to complete that 10 from earlier. Remember?
Earlier.
You know, he didn't. I mean, that's what the minute clock timer is for. You guys got to be a little bit faster. We're going to go ahead and give him a wheel spin on that new 5, and hopefully he gets lucky. Feeling lucky, punk? So definitely Yo Elvis +1. So make sure you get with Bo. You did already send 15. Did you want that?
Yeah, he was in the Yo Elvis +1 from earlier.
All right. So that made it up then. Never want to cheat anybody. Again, these are opportunities to give back because you're already giving us. We got Cell Dog with a $4.99. He says, I need that keychain boxing glove, Ness. Fist emoji, dice emoji, or you have to let me cash app you 20 because I need that. Well, damn. You could cash app me 20 at the Boxing Voice 1. And we'll send you out one of these lovely keychains, or you can try your luck.
Make sure you send your address, though. If you cash app Ness, make sure you put your address in the notes or whatever they got on cash app for that. Yeah. Or you can email, DM me at BoMason_TBV on Instagram.
Or try your luck. I'm going to spin this wheel regardless, and hopefully you win that. And you keep your 20 in your pocket. It looks like you won't make it there because you're on the Benavidez +1, which is 2 entries into this David Benavidez glove. You know this is exclusive. Not everybody has a David Benavidez glove, and let alone a David Benavidez glove by the Boxing Voice, custom made by Saba. So if you do want to be entered into that raffle, you do got to send another $10, but you'd have 2 entries. So, you know, you have more of a probability when Bo goes in there to pick your name out. It's 2 opportunities. You know what I'm saying? If you get my drift. Next up is Fred Robinson with the $10 super chat, making up for that other 5 to complete and be in the raffle. He says Ryan just had the biggest fight of his career. All of a sudden, Ryan is a threat? Looking up emoji. So we won't spin the wheel for that one because that one is to make up for the last one to complete his 15. We got Noel G in Dallas. Shout out to Noel G. You've been rocking out with me for a long time. $5 super chat. He says Ryan versus Tank is the biggest fight. Is the biggest fight with it will also sell more because of casuals, but real boxing fans know that Tank versus Haney is a way better fight. All right, we're going to spin the wheel for Noel G in Dallas. $5 wheel spin. Hopefully, you ain't got to send nothing. Hopefully, you land on this keychain right here. Kenichi Bear. So if you send in another 10, you get in the raffle for this Kenichi Bear headphones. These headphones obviously once again double as gaming headphones for Xbox, PlayStation, and other gaming consoles. Also as workout headphones. You can take that mic out. It's detachable. No strings in your way. Wireless Bluetooth adaptability, that connectivity. Yeah. So yeah, I'm going to put this minute timer. You do what you got to do if you really want to be part of these Kenichi Bear headphone raffles. Next up, Big Super Max in Plainview, Texas says, with the $199, he says, Tank Ryan at 140 is the Wish version of Oscar Floyd. Super Wish. Oscar was a gold medalist and a champ. Floyd was a silver medalist and champ. This is not that. Moving on. Hustler's Home. He sends his $10 to complete so he could be in the glove raffle. And Dewey Jones Jr. This is, I want to say Dewey, that's your first super chat, and you're sending it as 10, but your message says, I need that glove, which means even if you landed on a glove, champ, you're going to have to send an extra 5. All glove, autograph glove raffles are a little bit over. They're $15 to be involved in those glove raffles. But we're going to take your $10 wheel spin and spin it anyway. Hopefully you do get lucky, and then you got a minute to send in that extra 5 if you land on one of these gloves. Spinning. Let's do it. Wish them luck, ladies and gents. And as you can see, Danny's on. Oh, well, that's a $10 shirt. You don't need to do anything. You're in the raffle for the $10 shirt. And for those that don't know, Danny is in Philadelphia. Going to be getting you a Jerron Boots Ennis glove, a Tevin Farmer glove, and a Danny Garcia glove. Shout out to fucking Danny, a.k.a. Ring Walk. Know what I'm saying? Looks like we got a Cash App. 15 for the raffle. I don't know who this is. If you sent me a Cash App, you need to tell me who you are. I'm not going to tell you your username on Cash App. You tell me your username on Cash App and what this $15 was for. Till then, we'll be right back with this. Bill is on his way. 2 minutes. Just hit me right now. Literally said 2 minutos. So we got Bougie and Broward with another $10. Yes, I want to enter the Mexican minor or boots signed glove. I'll wait till Danny come back from Philly or I'll take the headphones. By the way, this super chat makes 15. Okay, so he landed on the headphones, right? Or did he land on the...
Yo Elvis.
Because he said, I want the Mexican minors, which means he doesn't want Yo Elvis.
You get what you land
But you get what you land on, Bougie. Please let Bo know in Discord what you landed on because I don't want to cheat you. I got John Hanna sends 15. Says, spin that wheel, champ. Congrats on the new gym. Facts over feelings, Nest. Tank versus Ryan, a bigger fight. Oh, shit. So you saying your facts over my feelings. Okay. Okay, we're going to give you a wheel spin for that $20 super chat, which hopefully you land on a glove. Then I give you an extra wheel spin because we don't cheat you. We don't cheat you. Damn, that's not a glove. So, okay. You landed on the hoodie. The hoodie is 15, right? Or is it 10, Bo?
I don't know what.
Because Danny made a big fuss about how you're going to charge the same thing for the hoodie for the glove, which I didn't get. But, yeah, we'll do the 10 on the hoodie.
Because the hoodie like a $75 hoodie.
Tell me about it. Especially the new ones from FTWR brand. Fighter Wear brand, those are who are making our apparel now and shipping it out to you guys. That is fire. All that merchandise is fire, beautiful quality, and I can't wait. We're also going to be doing about 20 raffle giveaways per month of our own merch now. So we about to turn it up. Tell a friend and tell a friend. They better subscribe because we do giveaways every day. Every day. We literally will be giving out a shirt every day. You see how this shirt on this raffle, this one is like for the 31st? Because we're just waiting on our merch. Once that merch gets here, it's a wrap. It's a shirt per day. We want you wearing the TBV logo. We want people to know what's going on. You know? So it's a shirt for per day once we get that in. So right now, he's in the hoodie. We're going to let that be $10 for argument's sake. So we'll spin it twice. Because he had $20 super chat. So he gets 2 spins. And he landed on the... Oh! So, champ, whose super chat was that? That was for $20 super chat for John Hanna.
Yeah.
So, John Hanna, this is what happened. $10 of that went into the hoodie raffle. The other 10, if you send 5, can go into a +1, which means you get two raffle tickets for this David Benavidez glove. We'll wait for you and give you 1 minute to send that. Send $5 and you're good. Our good friends over at the Spit Bucket Podcast all the way from Dallas sends $20 themselves. So we're going to go ahead and put them in the wheel spin as well. No message, just a fat 20. Shout out to the Spit Bucket Podcast. Check them out on YouTube. Help them get to 1,000 subscribers. Come on. You know content creators can't make any money until we get to 1,000. So help these guys out. Spit Bucket landed on a shirt. So you guys are in the raffle for the shirt. You get one more spin with that 10. And let's see what else you get. If you want that autograph, Yo Elvis glove, you will have to send another 5. But, hey, you know, you don't have to. I know you were just showing love, and we appreciate that. That's why we do these raffles, so that we could give something back, you know, because you guys are giving us. We're like, hey, we need to do something for you guys. And what we try to do is create a raffle that's affordable for everyone, and that's part of your super chat. Now, if you want to get a different type of item and you need to, hold on a minute. Bill's outside. Bo, can you tell? Got it. Thank you. So Bill's outside, so he'll be coming in. John Hanna sent his $10, so he's in there to compete for the David Benavidez glove. Then we got, yeah. So we're gonna stop on the super chats until Bo is back, and now he's almost back. Oh wow, Bo, we have a lot of super chats of people that sent in the money to get into that raffle. So I hope you're good at this.
Yeah, I got a few lists already today.
All right, so we stopped at John Hanna, and I can tell you off the bat, he sent his 5, so he's in that David Benavidez glove raffle.
Correct.
All right, after that, Samuel says, say the name like you would in Espanol. Oh, Samuel, okay. Spin that again. Do my other 5 stack with this 5, Haney, Shakur, Tank, Loma, Ryan. So, Samuel, you did land on something earlier.
Benavidez glove.
So you needed 10 to get into that running.
And he said stack this 5 with that 5.
Exactly, but you would need to send another 5 to get in that Benavidez glove. So we won't spin the wheel again because that'll just confuse things. Zane Flores, 199, says Shakur beats Haney at 130 and 135. Well, I'm sure he'll beat him at 130 since Haney's never made it. Ariel Loves to Dance says, put me in the raffle. So he sent the other 499, Bo, so Ariel is in the raffle. Bad Girl TKO, you've been rocking out with me for a long time. Shout out to Bad Girl TKO. Let me take a quick intermission so we can bring our guests in here properly.
12 years. I never expected it to turn out like this.
TheBoxingVoice.com.
Shout out to the community, man. I appreciate y'all.
What's happening, people?
Info Joe, Los Angeles, in the building.
Adrian, the problem wrong, the man from the frozen tundra.
Keem, straight out of Florida. Liz Lowe, Decatur, Georgia.
You already know what it is. It's the Queen, Martha K, Detroit, stand up.
David Maldonado, New York City. Yo, Nuss, don't cut me off, man. Don't cut me off.
King Amin of Essex, catch me for them championship rounds.
Big Super Mac, Plainview, Texas.
Davidian in Buffalo. God bless you all.
In Jesus' name.
Without y'all, it ain't nothing. Without the callers, it ain't nothing, man.
Bad Girl, TKO, San Diego, California.
Big Fish, Vegas. Palm Beach, Florida. Intrigue, the Incredible, straight out the ATL.
James Benitez, Huntsville, Alabama. It ain't hating, it's just the truth.
Show Kid, Mount Vernon, New York, suckers.
Come get the real belts, not the front. This ain't franchise shit.
You're going to see it on MGM Grand. Only one will stand. And Bill Haney, William E. Haney come with that fight plan.
They didn't think niggas out of Oakland was gonna push up on their ass. You dig?
TheBoxingVoice.com.
Well, tell the truth and shame the devil that Devin is a bad motherfucker.
WBC, the lightweight champion of the world.
Come get the real belts, not the front. This ain't franchise shit.
That boy is good.
Bill Haney, say his name 3 times, pop up like candy, man.
When you talk about that, you talk about one of the best fighters in boxing.
SDS Promotions.
All right. We are back, ladies and gentlemen, and we are joined alongside William H. Haney, the man of the hour. Listen, I've been saying, and obviously it's not because you're here, but I think we talked to Frank and quite a few others, journalists. I definitely want to put your name in the hat for Manager of the Year. I hope that the BWAs recognizes you. Hopefully, the Ring Magazine recognizes you. I think what you've been able to do as not only a trainer but a manager for your the entire career of your son thus far has been unmatched. And I think it will be the blueprint for other father-son duos. And I've been saying this in all the gyms here in Vegas that I'm challenging people to find a better father-son duo that's done it. Obviously, Jack Mosley's been there with Shane Mosley, Floyd Sr., and Floyd Mayweather. But the reason I feel you got it over them is because that relationship didn't last. He started working out, obviously, with Roger, and the business part of it wasn't there. Like, what you've been able to do for Devin, I know many managers or fathers can only hope to accomplish. So congratulations for getting him thus far. And he's only 23?
23 years
It's
old.
crazy. You might want to.
23 years old. Okay, thank you. Thank you for, the warm introduction. And
for sure.
Thank you for all the kind words. This is a job that I take very serious. As long as Devin can appreciate my efforts, and he's happy with me, along with everyone that's involved with DHP and moving forward. But hopefully that we left a warm feeling with everyone that we've done business with thus far, whether it be Matchroom, who gave us a good opportunity to get up off the ground and get in the air, put some wind under our sails. Gordon Hall over at Showbox did a excellent job. To be a Showbox alumni, we felt that it's a certain way that a fighter should be moved, and one of the stops is at Showbox, the next generation. It's a undervalued platform. People are not giving it as much recognition as they used to. But we come from that Showbox platform, and then on to, of course, what we're doing with Bob Arum and Top Rank now. So it's been a remarkable journey. We've had some great people to work with, and we continue to move forward.
I gotta ask, did you ever feel like maybe you made the wrong mistake? I mean, the wrong choice in not signing with a major from the beginning, not signing to a Floyd. I know there was interest with him, because obviously now I'm sure you don't regret it. You guys are undisputed, but in that journey, which is short because he's only 23, but was there ever a moment like, damn, Dev, maybe we should have got with Floyd, maybe we should have got with Bob, or do you always felt like you made the right decision and you were just chugging along?
No, it's the strong belief in our faith, and that Allah makes no mistakes. That, you know what I mean? Allah's the planner of all planners, and we never live with any regrets. We know that we had to put on the big boy pants, and we had to walk in a way that sometimes we won't be as recognized for what we're doing publicly, but privately we had a lot of different successes that we overcame, that we turned roadblocks into stepping stones.
For sure, man. So obviously I won't bore you with my questions. I know you, like you said, you were coming in hot. You have something on your chest. I kind of gave our audience a little bit about it. I'm assuming it has a lot to do with legacy and the fact that, your son has all the belts. Ryan used to be his mandatory, was the interim, which means he should have wanted to fight Devin at some point. Is choosing not to fight him. Now is choosing not to fight at 35, where there could be a legacy career-defining fight. Instead, he's saying things about 40 where there will be no belts, but also something with Bernard that I'll let you tell us.
Well, I mean, first, let's back up a step, and let's, for one time, let's give a special, right, and a shot to the sanctioning bodies who have been dealing with all this turmoil and all this misunderstanding. You have, of course, Paco with the WBO, who's doing a wonderful job over there. You have the WBA. You have Gilberto, who's doing a wonderful job as well. You got Mauricio with the WBC, and this legendary, the stress that it goes with having his job. And then you have Daryl Peoples over with the IBF. And I think that a lot of the champions that have benefited by being champions, by being in world championship fights, who earn a residual income from being champions, or not being extremely forthwith with the benefits of being a champion and what being a champion means. Now I hear this narrative, this new narrative that you don't have to be a champion.
Mm-hmm.
You don't have to be a champion. That's a falsehood. Somewhere, everyone started thinking that they have to pay for the sanctioning fees, right? That's what the public, right? If you take a look at the public and what everyone is saying, the fans are, you shouldn't have to pay for. Well, we don't. We don't pay the sanctioning fees.
Comes out of the check, though.
No. It's decided way before the fight even happens. Who's going to pay the sanctioning fees? Well, if you deliver a world title fight to a network, the network is going to pick up the sanctioning fees. Yeah, the network is going to put enough in the budget. Listen, we need to knock it off and stop.
Not every time, because
listen.
I remember Wilder complaining he had to pay $40,000.
Listen, let me explain to you. When you have a relationship with a network that's interested in having a world championship fight, especially a fight as such as Undisputed, the money is in there for the sanctioning fees. We don't pay the sanctioning fees. We don't for any of the belts.
Wow.
We've never paid any sanctioning fees.
I mean, you did hear Tio complain about that, right? So I guess it's different treatment for different people from the promoter. Because
well, that's what I'm saying is that's the part of with Devin as being a promoter and negotiating, right? We don't negotiate that we're going to provide our talent on a network, on a platform with partners, and then we pick up the sanctioning fees.
No, which makes sense.
You know what I mean?
I don't know that people knew they could negotiate that.
I don't think that, and I don't think that certain fighters on certain levels, right, don't negotiate that in there. You know what I mean? A Tank Davis. What are you worried about one belt? You think Mayweather, a $18 million watch, a private jet, you think that your guy, that your promoter, is not going to pick up the fee for the sanctioning fee for your legacy?
Or should, you mean?
Or should, right? Instead, we say these things like, you don't need them. Well, Floyd paid 5 sanctioning fees. Didn't he say he had 5 belts in 2 different weight classes at the same time?
Mm-hmm.
But wasn't undisputed. Why did you need to pay for 5 when you can win in a division and you pay 4? Right? So I think that's a misinterpretation that the public needs to hear, and fighters and promoters and everyone that's hiding behind that tab that goes with being a world champion, that's passed on carefully, selectively, and creatively to the networks that pay to make these big fights happen.
So who exactly is saying you don't need to be a champion?
Well, I don't think that they're saying that you don't need to be a champion. They're starting to not put as much importance as having the WBA, the WBO, the WBC, and the IBF all simultaneously. And that's what always defined you being the big dog, being the man in the division. Mm-hmm. Now, since we've had YouTube, celebrity boxing, and you know what I mean, you have the Swaggy P's versus the Blue Faces of the world. You have the Jake Pauls versus the Hasim Rockmans of the world. So you might have the Ryan Garcias versus the Tank Davises of the world. But when you talk about legacy-defining fights, and we talk about what it really means in the sport, the integrity of the sport, it means having all the belts, having all the mandatories, all the responsibilities of being a world champion.
So I'm screen sharing this picture here of Floyd with all the belts. You're saying that he probably didn't pay the sanctioning fees for all of these after a certain point in his career when he started getting into the real negotiations of things.
Well, when you negotiate in a big event, and especially an event of the magnitude of the way Floyd's events go, those are tags, those are bills that, of course, you pass on to the broadcaster. Mm-hmm. What the broadcaster knows is to broadcast this kind of event, this is what it's going to take. And for it to be a sanctioned world title event, right? You have sanctioning fees. But where the common person, where the everyday fan is subject to pain or subject to the stress of their favorite fighter paying the sanction fees, are so remotely not true, right? It's false. It's a fake narrative that we must break down, and we must stop talking about the sanctioning fees and what it means to be a champion. Some of the other belts are motivators. Some of the other belts are stepping stones to get to where the fighter needs to go to. To get to where the fighter needs to go to, both, mentally and physically in the ring. So I understand. I understand each and every process, each and every step, each and every medal. Some fighters will be only intercontinental champions, but some guys will just be couch potatoes. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. This is the nature of the business. But when you say get rid of the belts, I say not get rid of the belts. Let's get rid of the narrative that if two fighters want to fight, they can't fight.
Now, that narrative, are you including, mandatories and ranking situations? Or are you saying, regardless of situation, if two fighters want to fight, they can fight?
It's universal. When two fighters want to fight and they want to make it happen, as long as the skill sets match up, because you have certain what is the here the sanction, not the sanctioning, excuse me, I just had it's
Nevada State Athletic Commission?
Yes, you have the athletic commissions in different states to make sure that the fights aren't lopsided in a way that someone can get hurt. You know what I mean? Because traditionally over the years, when you've had different commissions that were more lenient than others, you had instances where guys got hurt.
For sure. So is it your belief that if Ryan or Tank wanted to fight Devin next, it can happen? Is that what it boils down to, them not asking for the fight?
Well, we have to put the onus on guys like Bernard Hopkins who carry heavy weight and with their every word that they say. You know what I mean? He happens to be a dear brother, a Muslim brother of mine. You know what I mean? So speaking the truth is something that I expect out of him. And saying that we're going to water our sport down and say now it's about being popular, it's a popularity contest, right? It's false. If a fighter is popular and a fighter brings popularity to the table, well, then he's compensated from a monetary standpoint. But you're not given any more credence in terms of you being the man or you being, that guy. No, that guy in boxing is that guy that will fight anybody at any time and wins. Not a guy that'll fight only sometime against some fighters, right? It's the fighter that puts it on the line. I'm sure Sugar Ray Leonard, you know what I mean, his head was on the chopping block. Marvin Hagler's head was on the chopping block. Hearn's head was on the chopping block. Roberto Duran's head was on the chopping block. It takes two to tango, It takes 3 or 4, to have that legendary round robin that would happen back in the days, right? It can't only fall on Devin.
But Devin took short money to get to this situation. Is he done with that? Because we know that Tank and Ryan will want the lion's share for the tickets that they draw, the popularity that they believe they have. Obviously, Tank's is more sellable. He's been on pay-per-view and he's sold out region to region.
Let's break down pay-per-view. What pay-per-view is? How many pay-per-views was it?
I would say that the most he's done is 225.
Okay, so let's say 225, but let's give him an extra 25, and let's say 250.
Okay.
Okay, you have 250,000 pay-per-view buyers. You also have another 20,000 people in the tickets. Okay, so you're talking about 275,000 people, right? I chose to reach an upwards of. We were thankful that we reached 3 million viewers. There were 3 million. That's 2,700,000 more different people in a demographic that sometimes can't afford. Thank you. That's 2,700,000 more people that could see the fight, that the fight reached, right? So we say that if it's 200,000 hardcore boxing fans, would you say 250,000 hardcore boxing fans? So how many casual fans did he actually draw? If you say that it's only 225 that actually watched the fight, let's slow it down. Let's slow it down, and let's understand that charging 200,000 people for a fight versus giving a fight for free and reach 3 million people. All my people that from Oakland, right? People that are in jail, in prison, people, moms that can't because their bill is already high and you want them to pay another $80. They can't do it. But they pay to keep ESPN running because they got kids that play sports in the house. I reached them. I made a decision and we talked to Dev. I said, I'm gonna bring this to the table, Dev. I know what they saying, but how could 200,000 people that have $80 be successful? How could that be the end all to be all? How do we say that the two audiences don't get together and make a big fight? We keep saying that Devin doesn't sell or don't nobody know. That's the bullshit that they creating. I don't bash them. That's false that they're creating and saying people know Devin all the way around the world. We just performed in front of 40,000 people. But people don't talk about that. Has Tank ever performed in front of 40,000 people that were going against him? Right? You bring us at any part of it, right? We're still a great dance partner, period. And it's for the belts. And really you have, when you say if 250,000 buy the fight and all of them are 250,000 casuals, and I don't mean to call them casuals, right? But it's not for nothing. So everybody is saying, let's make a big fight for nothing. When we didn't have a belt, just like Tank just said, who is he? Is he the email champ? Who is he? Right? Now he has all the belts. He can't be man enough to say, great job. You did a great job. I look forward to having a big event and showcasing what we grew up as little kids doing in front of the world. So it's a lot of immaturity on that side, right? But
you was on the Rise podcast with Calvin Ford. How does Calvin sound? Do they sound like and Kenny? Do they want to fight?
Well, it doesn't sound like they can pull up and do what I'm doing right now. You know what I'm saying? Because it's a lot of
they can't. You mean they can't speak for Tank?
No, no, they can't. You know what I mean? And they're good brothers, and whatever that they're doing, you know, I wish them well. I went over there and chopped it up with them. You know what I'm saying? Then I told them, well, then Blue Blood invited Calvin over to his show and have me, and then we both sit across, or we both, you know what I mean, be able to have.
Did that happen?
No, it didn't.
He said no, or he wasn't available.
Well, he had to go to Top Golf. He said he had to go golfing. We found out it was at Top Golf. Do you consider that going golfing?
Yeah. I don't golf, but yeah, man, people golfing. Like Top Golf. That's golfing. Like it. That's
golfing, Bill.
Okay.
You got a club and a little white ball, and you swing at it, and it fly real far away.
Well, is it a place that you couldn't do a podcast? You couldn't do an interview? You can't pull up your phone?
I'm with you on that. I do agree that he should have did. I feel like the meeting with you would have been much more important than golfing.
Well, I just thought you could have just did. Yeah. Well, I thought you could have did the meeting at Top Golf too,
or at least zoomed in. You know.
Yeah, absolutely.
So, what about? Because we heard what you said about Bernard, but have you attempted since leaving DAZN to have negotiations or conversations with Golden Boy for a Devin Ryan fight?
why would we leave the zone and then start talking to him? We talked about that fight. It's legendary. We even talked about the fight and, you know what I mean, publicly with Bernard about that. We were on the same platform. And Ryan consistently, publicly puts Devin last.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? And he said on record that it's his toughest fight. But, you know, Ryan is not the mandatory anymore. So we can't really talk shit to Ryan because Ryan ducked the whole division. He ducked out. You know what I'm saying? He first he was the interim, right? And then he
vacated. JoJo
that.
became interim.
Right. So then JoJo beat Javier Fortuna. Then he comes back and beats Javier Fortuna, the guy that JoJo Diaz just beat.
Mm-hmm.
And then everybody says that, including Bo, he says that the fight is big between him and Tank.
Mm-hmm.
How could a fight be that big with him and Tank when it's not even necessarily fair? You know what I mean? Is Ryan ready?
I think they're
going
going off the knockouts, man. They see that Ryan could produce some power and Tank produces power, and casual fans fall in love with that. That's what it is. Like, even Bo was like, well, we're going to be waiting all night for Devin to get a knockout. And
it's 200,000. It's 200,000 people that we're saying that are casual fans that are dictating what we think and what we know as intellects, as intelligent individuals. We're saying that it's 200,000 people dictating to us what we think. How many people are in the United States? Huh? No, I'm saying,
millions.
Bo, how many?
A lot of millions.
No.
You got Google.
Listen,
if you Google
and
it,
I'm
let
gonna
me
tell
know.
you.
I know.
Well, listen. We're not concerned about how many, what they doing, and all that. But we're talking about what 200,000 so-called people. And I've never seen the numbers.
I'm going off.
I've never seen the numbers.
I'm going off the analytics that I see, and from what I see,
you don't see any analytics, Bo.
I didn't say who would win.
You don't see any analytics, Bo. You don't see any analytics.
I see Ryan Garcia got 9 million Instagram followers, which is more than Tank and Devin combined.
No, Devin's girl got 5 million Instagram followers, and does anybody know her?
With all due respect,
right?
With all due
Listen, let me
respect,
tell
Devin's
you.
girl and Devin combined don't have more than Ryan.
And I'm saying is, and what does that do?
That's people. That's people.
Oh, how?
And
where? Where does it show up at?
Online, we're the same place we watch the fights, through TVs and phones.
Okay, and where does it show up? Show me the analytics that you're saying.
Instagram.com.
Oh man, come on, man. This ain't so now. Listen. No. So what that does is that shows. What that shows you is that you can be an Instagram famous fighter, right?
Yes, sir.
And you can get a person like you to yell, scream to the top of your lungs about
If I am screaming, I apologize because I didn't.
What I'm saying is you speak with conviction. Is what I'm saying, dear brother. You speak with conviction.
It's confidence.
And listen, and I'm saying is that Instagram followers don't mean anything, brother. They don't mean anything. They don't transition into anything.
The world found him.
That's what I said.
The world found him there.
Why he not on pay-per-view then?
Yeah,
he is on. How do you watch the zone? You got to pay to watch the zone. You don't watch the zone for free,
bruh. Neither do you watch Showtime. That's a $10 subscription,
sir.
And for the zone, it's $20 now,
sir. If that's the case, then how many other fighters or how many other guys are on Instagram? And do we thrust now? Do we find the next guy that has 10 million Instagram followers? Is he more attractive?
Jake Paul is Instagram,
but he's converting.
Famous.
But he's converting.
And Ryan is converting as well.
Who?
Okay.
Gatorade.
I see that you go off perception. Perception is
reality.
Good enough.
No,
perception is good
reality.
enough.
They say Jesus died on a cross, not a kitchen table. Perception is reality.
Okay, so why didn't he sell out the last fight?
I have no clue.
He has all the analytics, all the numbers say that he's bigger than Tank.
Do you think him and Tank's pay-per-view would do well?
All the numbers say that he's bigger than Tank. So why didn't he sell out at home? And why was his tickets the lowest of any tickets that we didn't heard of?
I heard Spence tickets was $2 higher when he sold 40,000.
I heard that they give away the seats, that the seats aren't no big deal.
Was it an ass in the seats or was the seat empty?
I don't think.
And I ain't mean to like cuss in a
Yeah,
disrespectful way,
yeah.
but I'm just saying.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is that still is does that transition into buys if your numbers, what you're saying, your analytics are correct, sir?
Can he not get the fight he asking for?
Sir.
Like, it's a
No,
lot
no,
of
let's
objection.
not-
I heard people saying, give him
let's not-
Cambosis.
Yes, sir.
Give him Josh Taylor.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Give him Victor Postal.
I'm-
I heard
I'm-
someone mention
I'm just
Victor
asking the-
Postal.
I'm just
Can
asking
he
the
not
questions.
get the one fight that he was on Mike Tyson podcast,
Okay.
standing up in a suit?
Okay, I'm just asking the
Out of all
question, sir.
outfits.
I'm just asking the question, sir. If the analytics that you're describing are correct, well, the numbers on Instagram are bigger than Tank's. The numbers on YouTube bigger than Tank's, right? You saying that the analytics are big. Why didn't that transition in his own hometown to being more asses in the seats, sir?
I am uncertain.
Okay. So you think you do agree that your theory can be flawed?
Absolutely.
Yes, sir. Okay.
But I'm confident in my theory, and I do think Tank versus Ryan is a bigger pay-per-view than most fights out there. I think it's top 3 out of all boxing, Tank versus Ryan on pay-per-view.
Well,
I think
this-
it does
this-
amazing.
But it's all
numbers.
assumption, though,
Yeah.
and that's the difference between Ryan and Jake. People in the chat like, "Oh, Ness, you love social media. Now you're not saying that because Bill there." No, I'm not saying it because Ryan and DAZN have never tested Ryan's social media. They've never put him on pay-per-view to sell and see do those teeny boppers actually convert. Where Jake has been selling YouTube pay-per-view,
So I'm assuming
DAZN pay-per-view, and Triller pay-per-view, and then he's now selling Showtime pay-per-view. So his numbers have proved to us that they convert.
So
his fan base actually is spending. We're still waiting for Ryan to make his event and show us that his followers actually spend
So
money.
based off your show and your fan base and whatnot, we got a poll up that says which fight sells more pay-per-views. Number 1 is Spence Crawford at 46%. Number 2 is Tank versus Ryan at 42%. And number 3 is Haney versus Tank with 13%. So you got a lot of teeny boppers in your fan base as well, or am I just making a decent point? It may still be wrong, but I think the people want Ryan versus Tank more on pay-per-view. I think it's more popular fight. I think Devin is the best out of all 3, but as far as popularity contest, they win.
Okay.
You can go to a lot of different platforms and sites, and the numbers will show
yeah,
that they're
but you
more popular.
ended the poll. You ended the other poll. How close was Devin Tank to Tank Ryan?
They were both they were tied.
Exactly. So the common denominator is Tank. People want to see Tank versus them. They don't want to see, based off our poll, they don't want to see them versus each other. They want to see them both versus Tank.
I get you.
The thing that I want to put is some integrity back into the sport. The fact that, 2 world champions, Tank and being a former world champion and a world champion get together and make the fight, and, that's the narrative that, we grew up on. You grew up as a fan, all this new shit, right? It's fine. It's good, but it's not legacy.
The right thing to do.
It's not legacy.
The right thing to do ain't always the most popular thing. So I agree and understand where you're coming from with this being the right thing to do for boxing and you doing the right thing overall. But
do you
want
to do you want this to be the best show, or do you just want to get money?
I want both.
Okay, us too.
What you want, Ness? You want to be the best show, or you want to be the highest earning show?
I think if I'm the best, I'm going to be both. You can't be the best and not be the highest earning.
That's right.
How? Canelo is considered the best. He's the highest earning. Joshua was considered the best in his division. He was the highest earning.
Floyd.
Floyd and Tank. Yo, so let's can we who's making more at 135? Is Tank the money man? Who's the cash cow? Because I know that you guys obviously bring a lot to the table and your opponents have gotten high paydays, but is Tank the cash cow?
I want to think that they've done a tremendous job with Tank and where he is, but they're chasing around Ryan Garcia. You chasing ghosts. I don't believe Ryan Garcia is going to fight him. You don't say that you're the cash cow and you're the money man, and then a guy that doesn't even have a title, a guy with an Instagram following, right? A guy that filled up half of the stadium that you sold out in their hometown tells you what to do, right? But that's because of Bo. That's because of Bo. That's what you get, Bo. I hope you love Tank too. I hope you love Tank. That's why a fighter with an Instagram following.
I'm notoriously known for loving all fighters.
Yeah. Well,
I get a lot of flack for loving all fighters, win, lose, or draw. You know what I'm saying? It's a hard sport, so I think everybody deserves a lot of credit. But when it comes to popularity,
hey, listen,
I feel like I know
a fighter
with I watch all the fights.
Yes,
I was watching Devin on YouTube versus Clay, whatever his name was, in Mexico and all these different. I know.
A fighter with more Instagram followers. A fighter with more Instagram followers is telling a fighter that's a former world champion, a fighter that has a belt, right? A fighter that's been sold out arena. He's telling him, you got to do what I say because I got more Instagram followers. That's what you get, Bo.
We going off.
That's what you get.
So it's the people like what's more popular, not what's more credible. You know what I'm saying?
Okay,
that's what the people like, and most people not that smart.
Well,
to be honest.
Ryan,
they don't even know what's credible in most cases.
Hey, listen, Ryan's more popular, and you guys drove that narrative. Now
he just asked for one fight. He asked for one fight.
Okay,
Can he not get it, Bill?
No.
He been asking for that fight for how long?
Exactly.
How long would it take?
We want Tank to get. We want Bud to get Spence.
But Bo,
ain't no problem with Bud wanting Spence.
How long does it take? And doesn't Devin have more right if Ryan was his mandatory?
I thought Devin got to fight Kambosos again. So in the meantime, can we not get Tank versus? You know what I'm saying?
Devin could fight the biggest fight possible if Tank or Ryan step up.
We don't understand, and what we bring clarity to is the pecking order, and bring some respect. This is the boxing voice, the voice of the streets, and we're talking boxing
for sure.
You know what I mean? Now, if we're talking about popularity, then we might need to bring on Swaggy P. Are we promoting the Swaggy P and Blueface fight?
Swaggy P dropped out because he knew he was gonna get knocked out by Blueface.
Okay, all right. Well, like I said, when we talk about our sport, the sport that we drive and we push forward every day, right? That we get on here and everybody is in the chat and they going crazy and all this stuff. That's dictated by the belts. All this you saying now that we don't need the belts and we're going to bypass the belts and what about this fight and all that, man? It don't mean nothing.
I'm under the presumption that Devin Haney has to fight Kambosos again. If I'm wrong, it's new news to me that he didn't. So as long as he got something to do right now that he gonna get paid well for, be on the biggest platform in my opinion, which is ESPN, like it's all good. Why can't Tank and Ryan fight in the meantime? And then the winner get Devin, because they would then be more credible. Know what I'm saying, for that fight, and that fight would be even more popular for Devin and the opponent that wins between Tank and Ryan.
Well, again,
it's even bigger and better for Devin.
Don't do no matchmaking, Bo.
Again,
you know what
Bo,
I'm saying? Listen, don't do any. Hold on. Don't do any matchmaking, Bo.
Devin busy.
Listen, let me tell you. Don't do any matchmaking, Bo, unless you're going to match Devin against the best fighter that's available.
And we're gonna find out who the best fighter available
who the best
is when
fighter
Tank
is.
and Ryan fight.
Now listen.
Come on.
Listen. Now let me explain something to you, right? You're saying Tank. Is Tank going to 140 pounds because he wasn't going to go to
already been.
But listen, he said he wasn't going back to 140 pounds. That's why he dropped the belt. So is he chasing Ryan? Is he chasing Ryan? Do Ryan got him telling him what to do?
If Tank fight Ricardo Nunez or somebody like that again, I'm gonna be upset. And he got the Ryan Garcia standing up in a suit on Mike Tyson podcast calling him out 3 years ago. Standing up in Dior last weekend calling him out.
And that's what it takes, huh?
Hey, you got to do what you got to do. You got to do what you can do. And he with the work. Ryan Garcia is with the worst promotional company in boxing.
Pull up that picture. Pull up that picture of Floyd with all them belts. One more time.
got it.
What do you see when you see that picture, Bo?
I see the best ever.
The best ever. Now, are you judging him by being the best ever because you see that beautiful pool table, you see that backdrop, you see all that, that wood and all that, or because it's a nice picture, right? Or does you consider him the best ever because the belts, because you see all them belts?
To be the best ever, you got to follow the same route that your son is following.
No, I asked you a question. No, I was asking you a question. When you see the picture and you say he's the best ever, is it the best ever because of those belts?
I don't think it's because of the belts.
Okay, so you say the belt. So why is he in front of all those belts?
Because he won them.
And
he owns them.
So, but does that represent anything right there, him standing in front of all the belts?
So I thought the highest rating or whatever is to be undisputed, and it's like a lot of green belts on that table, so I don't see no undisputed or nothing, which, Devin got undisputed. I think that kind of trumped 15 WBC belts.
But when he stands in front of all those belts, what is he saying to the world?
There are no words there, so I don't know what he's saying. But
I perceive it. What do the words? What do you perceive?
It is he was one heck of a WBC champion.
Okay, he was a heck of a champion, right?
The best ever.
Yeah, champion.
Champion, absolutely.
Okay.
That's just my perception. I don't know what you're looking for. You can tell me what I need to be seeing, and I will respect it.
What do you see, Bill? What do you see?
Let me know.
Well, I see legacy. I see a bunch of world title fights. You know what I mean? I see one of the best ever, right? Mm-hmm. And to not have those belts, right? And not have those belts, and not kids see that those belts represent world title fights, man, is just doing an injustice and a disservice to the entire boxing community. Mm. You know what I mean? I think that
mute Discord, man.
I think that Mauricio and both Mauricio and his dad did a tremendous job at sanctioning world title fights. Paco is doing a wonderful job.
They ain't gonna be
Daryl. Right.
Excuse me one moment, but they won't be able to hear on Discord if I do that.
Yeah, you have to mute it, champ.
All right.
Cool. It's just too many system sounds coming through from over there. We have to go into the settings after the show, figure that out. In the meantime, I do have some questions for the people. Change up the flow. I got David Maldonado that says, "What's up, Mr. Haney? How would a fight between Teofimo Lopez versus Ryan Garcia go in your opinion?" I'm assuming he means at 140, since that's one of Ryan's comments is that he would like to fight Tio at 140 now that he's at 140.
Hey, I'm looking forward to seeing Tio and seeing what Senior and what they got cooking up, and their resurgence back, to the top of the 140-pound division. I'm not sure about this opponent that he has next. Do you know anything about him?
Never heard of Pedro Campa, but it might be what he needs.
Yes, I'm sure. I'm sure it's definitely what he needs, and a fight between both teams, the Garcia family and the Lopez's, would make for an exciting fight. Of course, being a fan of the sport, I know both of the kids, and I know that they would really get up to fighting each other. So, of course, I would love to see it.
I got Killer Kells in Cali that says, what is y'all's relationship with Lorenzo Truck Simpson, and do you think hanging around Dev would mess things up between he and Tank, being that they are boys?
We have a great relationship with Truck. I've been knowing Truck, a lot longer than I think the people have. I know him, I've been knowing him since everyone called him Munchie, right? Since he's been young. I think it's a sparring session between him and Devin when they were really young as well. I happen to be a friend of the family, so it's anything that I can do to support Truck. He has a good manager and Dirt. You know what I mean? One of my friends that we talk on a regular. So anything that I could do to help Truck, I always did it willingly, unobligingly.
I got James Valdez in San Antonio, Texas. He says, does Derek James get Trainer of the Year in 2022?
Well, Derek always does a great job down there with the Charlos and with Spence and everything that he's been doing. I think that in terms of being trainers and looking to get your fighter up for a fight that they need to get up for, right? I think that me and Devin did a lot by going to Australia, out of our comfort zone, having to have a game plan, having to, cut weight, be strong, you know what I mean? I always cheer for Derek, you know what I'm saying? I always cheer for Derek, but I think that, we did a lot. We did a lot this year, you know what I mean? And I would be remiss to not speak for what we've accomplished by going over to Australia and beating George Kambosos.
Bougie from Broward says, Salam
alaikum.
No, that's definitely, is that how you, because I never seen it spelled like that.
Yeah, probably. Yeah, salam alaikum.
Oh, you probably missing.
Walaikum salam. Walaikum salam.
Oh, walaikum salam. So he said, thank you for coming. 2-part question. Are we getting George Kambosos rematch in October again? Please say no. And who will win out of Keyshawn Davis versus Frank Barton if they fight on the Spence versus Crawford undercard? That won't happen. Actually, it could. You're right. Keyshawn is with Bomat, and Martin is with James. I get it now.
Oh, absolutely. That's that would be a heck of a fight between two youngsters that I've seen a lot more of Keyshawn. I haven't gotten a chance to see a lot about Frank from Frank, but I'm sure that Derek will have him ready. Bomac will have Keyshawn ready, but I just don't know if that fight will happen so soon.
The first part of that was Kambosos in October?
Of course, Kambosos he's an option to do. It's something that we signed up for, was to go over and fight him twice. We're willing to do it if it's no other bigger fights to make happen. Devin has always repeated that 135 is not the easiest weight for him. He would probably be more comfortable going up to 140 pounds. But it's a lot of fights that potentially can get made at 135. It's just, can we make them? And if we can't make them, and we've done everything that we can do at 135, then it might be a time to go up to 140.
I would assume your relationship with the WBC is stronger than any other sanctioning body, since Devin has fought for all their titles, right?
I would think that we have a great relationship with Mauricio. I don't have a personal relationship with any of the other presidents, but nevertheless, we've always looked forward to getting the belts and representing, and being the champion.
Reason I ask, because if you truly are moving up, I wanted to know, did you guys already have a plan in mind, and did that plan include activating any one of those belts to challenge the champion above at 140, meaning since you're WBO champion as well, challenge, I would assume, Josh Taylor, or the WBC champion, challenge Josh Taylor as the WBC champion at 135? Or do you plan on vacating and testing the water out like a Danny Garcia? He had like 2 interim fights before he fought Paulie Malignaggi at 147 for a title.
Well, that's the thing about a plan. You know what I mean? You got a plan to go at one person, and then you got a plan, so you have a plan to go around another. We've maintained that we don't have any plans. We don't plan like that. We want to make the biggest and the best fights happen. And to do that, you have to be available. Like I said, the narrative that the belts aren't it. You know what I mean? Now that we got them. You know what I'm saying? When all those guys, Tank is the mandatory with the WBA, Lomachenko is the mandatory with the WBO, and I don't even know who's the mandatory with the IBF. But you have the first time in the history of boxing, that the mandatories don't want to be champions. because they're in a popularity contest.
But Bill, Mr. Haney, it's not that often that I hear, oh man, because Devin I think he wins all of these fights. The way he stayed behind the jab, the way he boxes is like George Foreman said, boxing like jazz. The better you are, you know what I'm saying, the more the fans may not be as appreciative of it.
Mm-hmm.
But I want to see Devin fight champions, and I don't think Ryan or Tank are champions. Like, they got to fight each other while Devin has all the belts. Neither one of them.
I think Arturo Gotti was popular before the fight with Floyd.
For getting beat up.
Yeah, and I think he had 4 or 5 losses at that time, but he was still popular.
Yeah, and he was very, very, very popular. He in the Hall of Fame for getting beat up bad.
Yeah, he was popular. So this popularity shit and this you're popular so you can duck Dev and there's no excuse. This is the same shit. Okay, is this the same shit?
You showed me a picture of Floyd with belts, but the guys arguing about Devin fighting don't have the belt. Devin should be fighting champions like the champion he is. Let them fight each other.
Does any of this resemble?
Tank has a belt.
Is it what kind of belt is it?
Well,
it makes him the mandatory. Come on, Bo, you sounding crazy today. You
say no more. No, I'm gonna let you say what you said. You can stand on what you just said.
That don't make digress. He's the mandatory for having that WBA.
WBA what? Super?
He got the regular. Super don't get mandatories. Regular makes the mandatories in the WBA. And franchise doesn't get mandatories. Regular and the WBC gets the mandatories. So that's what we saying. Like, if Tank wants an opportunity at legacy, and I think that's what the world is not seeing what Mr. Haney's argument is. It's like we've gone from a generation that wanted to create history to a generation that is counting how many followers you have. And granted, I preach the Instagram and social media following, but we have to see it convert. Like, we have to see him on pay-per-view. We have to. That's the only way we're going to know whether or not these fans are actually going to pay to view him fight. If we're not talking about paying to see him fight, then what do his fans really mean if he didn't sell out in his hometown? Tank is not from L.A. and put 18,000 in L.A.
So
right?
What fight should I be asking for? Should I be asking for Devin versus Ryan or Devin versus Tank?
You shouldn't be asking for a fight.
I'm gonna go with what y'all say is best.
As a fight fan, you shouldn't be asking for a fight. You should be asking for fighters and champions to do what's right. What's right? Tank has the regular belt. What's right?
Tank got to wait for Devin to fight Cambosos to fight again.
No. He could call Gilberto and activate, right? Ain't he the mandatory?
Mid-contract. Devin Haney's contract to fight Cambosos.
I mean, you just heard Bill say they want to fight the biggest fight.
Say no more.
They want to fight
Tank
the
versus
biggest
Devin.
fight.
Let's have it.
I'm just saying.
You listen.
I sound like I've given in. I've given in.
You whispering. Yeah,
I've given in.
Yeah, so let Tank and Dev. Let's
Tank
just
and
have
Devin,
it.
let's
Just
have it.
now
Let's
you want to
have
start whispering.
Let's have
You know
it.
what I mean? Now you want to start whispering when you know that's the fight where
Let's have it.
But listen, this is what we need to put some restoration on the boxing and what being a champion represents. We have to stop saying that it's okay to have a fight and it not be sanctioned.
Let's have it. Tank versus
Right.
Devin.
I just
Tank
don't-
versus Devin 2022.
But you see, there's the argument as hardcores that we should be saying Tank versus Ryan makes no sense. Like, why would two dudes in the same division as the undisputed champ not want legacy? You beat Devin and you're in the history books. It's that simple. And that is the argument. When did it change? That's all.
Let's have it, bro. Let's make it happen and let's have it.
I mean, why are Crawford and Earl trying to fight? Why is that fight so important? Because it's for all the belts. Now, and I get what Bill's saying in the frustration, and obviously I'm going to look like a fanboy, but the truth is, like, first it was you're the email champ. Now we got all the belts. Now it's the belts don't matter. So whatever they do is never enough. You know, you got that belt because Loma didn't want to fight you, so they emailed it to you. Cool. I defended it. multiple times, that makes me a real champion. No, they emailed it to you. Cool. I'm fighting in a unification for undisputed in a foreign country. I win that. I'm undisputed now. Oh, well, now you got all the belts, so it don't matter because you ain't got enough followers? Bo, you're tripping as a hardcore.
I said let's have it.
After a fucking 2-hour argument.
Hey, man, I had a preference. I got laughed out the room. Let's have it.
Yo, it was like the whole argument with Wilder and AJ. It's like two dudes going to unify, and people talking about, no, don't do it because Wilder, what was it? Who are you? You're not known in America. It's like a bunch of excuses, but we're going to keep it moving. We got Ruin at 504, kind of doubling back. He says, do you guys plan on honoring the rematch with Kambosos?
Absolutely. Kambosos is, and he's the highest rated fighter right now that I think that Tank, I don't think Tank has fought or Ryan has fought a higher rated fighter than George Kambosos, right? I believe that Tank is rated higher than George right now. You know what I mean? And it's the kind of fight that the people want to see Devin in as far as legacy. That if Devin is the guy who he is, okay, well, this is another legacy-defining fight, right? It's us that say, oh, that's bullshit, man. Y'all talking about that fighting us, you don't get nothing and all this other shit. So it makes my argument easy. Because I never came up to say what those guys aren't. I came in and said everything that we are.
Mm-hmm.
How can Devin fight Kambosos and Tank? I'm so confused right now. Due to the fact that we're going to honor the Kambosos.
How could Tank?
Tank has to wait. He has to wait. So, he going to fight him after he fight Tank?
You're not getting it. But go ahead. You answer.
Who's next?
Listen.
That's what I'm saying. Who's next?
Well,
because
the thing about it is you guys were discussing Tank and Ryan Garcia before he fought Javier Fortuna, and then got upset that after he beat Javier Fortuna, he mentioned Teofimo Lopez. Hello. When have we started talking about that we couldn't make a fight happen because of another fight? Like I said, Bo, you say everything except let's fight. Right? Man, you want to pick. You want to pick. So if Devin, that's what I'm saying is. So if Devin vacated the belts, if he vacated the belts and moved up, if he vacated the belts and he moved up to 140 pounds, then what?
He need to fight. I guess who? Ryan? I don't know.
I know.
No, then they gonna say he ain't got no belts. Why are we gonna fight him?
Then he needs. You Ryan. You don't know. Ryan. I don't know.
There was a crazy moment in boxing when Dev walked up to Ryan after Ryan was mandatory, and Ryan literally turned it down right in front of his face on TV. I've never seen that happen before. That was a one-off right there. In person, on TV. I've never seen that happen except for in that one moment.
Well, you've never seen what? No. Let's keep it real because it's the Boxing Voices, the voice of the street. So we got people. So listen. So we got to keep it real. I don't know if you've ever seen where a fighter fights to become the interim champion and then drops the interim belt to become a contender. Yeah. Have you heard of that, Bo?
Not too often, anyway.
Not too often. Have you ever heard of it?
Not off the top of my head, I can't recall.
Okay. All right. Okay.
So to be clear, if a bigger fight presented itself in ample time, you guys as Team Devin Haney and Top Rank can make a fight. And I mean, if Ryan and Tank actually wanted to fight before the October Kambosos date.
Devin and Tank.
No, yeah, because not Ryan. Yeah. Ryan doesn't want to fight. We're not talking about
Ryan.
Ryan
only wants Tank.
No. Yeah, Ryan only wants Tank. I guess Tank only wants Ryan or some shit. I don't know. But of course that's a fight that any broadcaster, ESPN, Showtime, DAZN, all the majors would love to see Devin. Love to have Devin against any of those guys. You know what I mean? So where the money is going to come from, how it's going to happen, it's absurd questions, right?
Now, I know you made it clear like you rather your son be seen by millions than, $250,000 that pay $80. But what if that's a sticking point for Mayweather Promotions, who's been consistently having Tank on pay-per-view? What if they don't want to get off pay-per-view?
Well, it's a situation that just happened with the Wilder and Fury where they both had it on both platforms.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? We have a great relationship with the people that we're doing business with. You know what I mean? Even Lou DiBella has done a wonderful job. Bob Arum's done a wonderful job with this Kambosos fight, right? And also have done a wonderful job in not getting in my way in terms of letting the people know that Devin is available to make the biggest and the best fights. Period. Right? Ain't no doubt about it. You know what I mean? What we came over and did our co-promotional situation with Top Rank is to make the biggest and best fights. And if Bob, you know, Bob came out and Bob said today, hey, you know, Loma is available. You know what I mean? It's October. October, Devin is October. Then it's the Loma fight for us. You know what I'm saying? And respectfully, we're saying to George is George would be doing the same thing. The Spartan that he is, the emperor, the warrior that he is. He was always trying to make the biggest and the best fights. We said, okay, if you can't make the fight with Lomachenko, now give us the same deal that you gave Lomachenko. Right? Mm-hmm. That's what Devin said. Infamously, we never got a chance to see what the deal was that Loma had on the table, right? But we came to a resolution with Top Rank that we was comfortable with, happy with. We moved on. Now this situation with George, it's not a pay cut. We go out there and fight him again. It's not a pay cut. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. It's more money than we've ever gotten. So we back on schedule with the money game, right? But in all fairness and all sincerity, that a fight, we're ready for the biggest and the best fights to happen. And if the people is saying that, and the Australian people and everyone, and they're saying that maybe George can get another fight, a stay busy fight, get on his game, and then fight again, you know, the winner of who and me and, you know, Devin and whoever, Tank,
Loma,
Ryan,
whoever
whoever steps up, you know what I'm saying? Then this is a business opportunity for everybody that's on the table. If that opportunity is not on the table, then we got to do what we got to do.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? But I get out to champion and get out to make Devin available and let the people know that he's trying to do it. He's trying to do it for them.
Now, I was sent an article on Bad Left Hook with quotes of Bob Arum saying that being undisputed isn't everything it's cracked up to be, and it's about 12%.
Well, Bad Left Hook is wrong left hook because they normally is giving it wrong. You know what I mean? Bad Left Hook, you know. Now, as far as what Bob is saying about it not being cracked up, he's the promoter.
Mm-hmm.
Devin is a promoter. We understand. Floyd is a promoter. We understand because the sanctioning fees to make a world champ is something that the promoter picks up.
Mm-hmm.
The network picks up. Unless you have a fighter or unless you have somebody that you've negotiated different. I'm of the mindset that the company is going to pick up any of that.
Yep.
Whether it be DHP, whether it be Top Rank, whether it be whoever. And for that, you go to Showtime, Showbox, right? Early days with Showbox, we knew, okay, he's going to get this Intercontinental belt or he's going to get this belt, NABF belt. Showbox is going to give us a budget for it. We're going to bring in, his opponent. We're going to pay for the belt. We're going to do everything. So all that's factored in. That's not something that I think the fighters and the fans should ever worry about.
All right, we're going to keep these questions coming from the people. I got Scott, the Christian fight fan, says, what up to the father of one of my favorite young fighters in the game to date, Mr. Bill Haney. Thank you for blessing us with your presence on the best boxing podcast in the game, TBV. Do you think Floyd is deflecting a fight between Devin and Tank in the media by mentioning a fight between Devin and Shakur instead?
Oh, absolutely. You know, Floyd is very knowledgeable of the sport. And anytime that you speak about two guys that are in two different weight divisions, and particularly one guy that's looking to undispute in the division that he's in, and one guy that's already undisputed in the division that your fighter is in, and you turn into a matchmaker and match them together. Mm-hmm. And listen, the people are much smarter than that. You know what I'm saying? We're not blindsided by jury and cars and all those other things. You know, as fight fans, when I step from being a dev to a fight fan, we want to see the best fight the best, and all these other narratives and that's being created of why we can't see it or why it can't happen, you know, needs to stop.
For sure. Moving on, we got Brandon in Houston says, from the manager's perspective, can you explain to our audience the anatomy of a fight being made? By this, I mean I want you to explain in detail from receiving the first call from the promotional company to any possible hurdles to sign, or excuse me, any possible hurdles to the signing of the contract. Thank you.
It can go so many different ways, Ness, and you probably can attest to how many different ways you've seen fights get made between champions and opponents, or opponents and champions. You know, and it's no set way that I could describe.
We got New York Bullet that says, what's good, Bill? Blessings. In a perfect world, if you and Devin were offered both the Tank and Ryan fight, which route would you choose first?
Absolutely, we would choose Tank. No doubt about it, for what he has accomplished in the sport, and not just necessarily the asses that he puts in the seats, but he is a former world champion. He's held a IBF belt, I believe. He has held a WBA belt. So, you know, I think that what you've seen with Devin is he's fought his last 4 opponents or have been either a champion or a former world champion as well. So, you know, we're into to fighting the best champions that are available.
All right, we got Houston. Is a sanctioning body ordering a fight your only way out of the Kambosos rematch?
It's not something that we say that we're getting out of. One thing that we use the word is that we have options, you know, and being careful and selective about what option that we go with next is something that you have to do in business. And, you know, that's just where we're at with it.
Jordan Baker in Florida says, what's the biggest changes since the win in Australia? Any new cousins?
No. Listen, it was a great fight in Australia. We had an opportunity to connect with many Muslims that are in Australia, which I didn't know. And so it was a lot of good brothers and sisters that came to the fight that have also been DMing me and stuff like that. So that was a pleasure, and it was also a pleasure to connect indigenous people of Australia who've been in that land, you know, way before Australia was ever settled and made into colonized into the country that it is, as far as I know. That the indigenous people have been there. So it was an opportunity for us to connect and just, you know, to get a bit of history in terms of what Australia is. And you know, it was just a great opportunity from a cultural standpoint. And then to gain more fans in Australia. You know what I mean? It was great. It's always great for DHP in the business of promotion, that Devin is able to go across there and have that kind of fight and then have that kind of reach. to come back here to the U.S. and then say, okay, well, so you guys still saying nobody watching him, huh? You know, you still say that 250,000 people, because you get a pay-per-view of 250,000 people, that you too big to fight Dev, right? You too big to make it happen. That all the things that we come back and say that, okay, well, we did this to be the great dance partner, you know, the great dance partner where you had Hagler and you had Sugar Ray. You had Hearns and you had Ray. Well, you have all these guys that have a different level of popularity. And I don't understand where Bernard Hopkins is coming from with who's popular. I mean, who even says that? Who says that? Who's popular? Who says that?
Promoters, because they want to believe that popularity turns into revenue.
But if your fighter is the best fighter and you have a fighter that's less popular, like Isaac Cruz, like fucking Rolly Romero, like fucking Mario Barrios, right? These guys are great. No, hold on, give me a second. They're great. They're great opponents. If you have another opponent that's a little bit more popular, he's still an opponent. Only time that you start looking at that popularity shit is when this guy is more of a threat than just an opponent. You understand what I'm saying? And when you say the A side, I've never said the A side about Devin. You know why?
Why?
Because the A side is the one that's scared to fight. The A side is the one that's demanding all the shit. That's what the A side is. You ain't never seen, listen, you ain't never seen a B side with so many demands. The B side wants to fight because the B side knows that it's an opportunity for them to win. So they concede. They don't have the demands. They concede. Now, a B side can really, at times, how many times was Floyd the B side? I know Oscar was one, right?
Oscar, maybe with Gotti. You know, because that was the first pay-per-view. So maybe with Gotti, definitely with Oscar.
So that'll show you that just because you're the B side, that doesn't make you the bad fighter. It's not always that the A side is the fighter, the favorite, the one that's the big dog. Sometimes the A side is the one that's running. How many times have they said that, you know, the people said that Canelo was the A side, but he was running? How many times did they say that Floyd was the A side and he was running? Right? How much are they saying that Ryan is the A side over there with Bo and he's running?
Hey,
Bo, it's Bo.
You gotta ask me. Don't just put words on me.
No.
You gotta ask me.
How many times in fights has Ryan been considered the A side and he's running?
All of them. He been
Running.
the A side.
Okay. So that's what I'm saying is I've never said that A side, B side bullshit, right? Because we ain't never been running.
Let's see. So we got some super chats here. Zion Flores, Shakur beats Haney at 130 and 135. I kind of answered this one because it's like he obviously never go down to 35. To 30. But what's your thoughts on the possible matchup between those two?
Oh, that's a future blockbuster right there. You know what I mean? One thing about them is that they've never been shy about fighting the best, and when that time comes, you know what I mean. It's going to be a treat for the fans and a treat for the ages. It's one of those kind of fights that, I mean, if you saw, you see how many people just watched a sparring session. You know what I'm saying? And you know, giving Core his full credit, Core was a bad motherfucker before the sparring session. People just didn't know who he was. You know what I'm saying? They knew more who Devin was, right? And you know, that'll be something that'll definitely be a treat.
I got Ryan versus Tank is the biggest fight to make. The Floyd and Oscar background alone is enough to make any fight epic.
I didn't say that, Bill.
So
I didn't say that. They said that.
Do you think the fact that both of them have legendary promoters who were legendary, not legendary promoters, but they have promoters that were legendary fighters, makes that fight bigger because these are their what's it called? Like not pupils, but their predecessors.
What? The legendary. Say it again.
So Floyd and Oscar are both great fighters, great promoters, but they're legendary fighters. So this super chat is asking, do you think that makes their fight with their predecessors bigger because it's two legendary boxers as promoters for these two younger versions of themselves?
Well, I mean, we have the legend of all legends, the Hall of Fame promoter, and Bob Arum. What does that mean? Let's say.
Well, again,
I don't
Bob's
understand.
a legendary promoter.
Uh-huh.
These guys were legendary fighters. Like Oscar's the golden boy, and Floyd is Floyd Money Mayweather, right? So it's like, do they give shine to their fighters now because those are their predecessors? Like, obviously, Ryan is the new golden boy, and Tank is the new cash cow.
It makes for a great fight for nothing.
Mm. And for nothing, you mean because there's no belts on the line. Got it.
It's the greatest fight for nothing that we've built up. You know what I mean? At least with Crawford and Crawford and Spence, that's for welterweight supremacy. You got Manny and Pacquiao. Manny and Floyd. That was for welterweight supremacy. Correct, right? As well, right? Mm-hmm. And then we got this fight that we keep talking about that's for nothing. You see what I mean? But our whole thing was to get all the belts and be as disruptive as possible to show the people that what really it is. You know what I'm saying? So now they come back and they say, oh, the belts don't matter. The belts don't matter. Yeah, since when? Since when? I got you. Since when?
We actually have a super chat from Big Super Mex who says the answer to that is, it changed when Floyd said, legacy doesn't feed my children.
Okay.
Do you think Floyd changed the perception of history? Because you're right. You're paying sanctioning fees for these belts. They do bring you more money as a champion, though. Your purse goes up, but you can't feed your kids with those belts in some weird... I think the opposite. You become a champion, you get more money.
Well, we can say that he was a better champion than he is a promoter, right? He had a lot of truth in his fight game, but the waters get a little bit murky when it comes time to him actually promoting Gervonta Davis and the way that he fought, because he's not promoting him the way he fought. So when you tie all these legendary things and, his legendary fighter and all this other shit that I don't even think about, because that's not the way that he's promoting Gervonta. Gervonta is not Floyd. Floyd is not Gervonta. What we're dealing with right now is the undisputed champion of the world at 135 pounds. The king of the division is Devin Haney. We talked about it was 4 kings, right? What happened to the 4 king talk?
They moving up.
Now, we done went from 4 kings to...
to 1. To 1.
I hear you back there, Bo.
Hey, man, I ain't said nothing.
I heard you back there laughing.
I believe one thing you know about me, if I say something, Bill, I'm going to say that and stand on it.
I got Victor Banuelos. What's up, Mr. Haney? Thank you for bringing the belts back home. Would Haney be willing to fight at 147 against someone like a Thurman or a Danny Garcia just to shake up the game?
No, we're not going to disrespect the boxing and disrespect the game like that and start calling out 147-pounders and shitting on them and shit like that. That's not it. That's not it for us. Any fighter that fought at 147 that will go down to 140 and meet us at 140 is all, you know what I mean? That's good. But who you said, Keith Thurman?
Keith Thurman and Danny Garcia.
Yeah, no, they're 47-pounders, real 47-pounders. Moving up to 54 and all that kind of shit. So no, I'm not going to insult him.
I got Oscar who says, no matter what happens, if Tank nor Ryan fight Devin at 135, they got to see him at 140 with all the straps by then, because we all know that is bound to happen. Devin will be undisputed at 140 as well. All roads will lead to Devin.
Absolutely.
You think he'll be undisputed at 40 again?
Absolutely.
So
we're going to do the same shit. We're going to do the same shit, 35, 40, 47. We're going to do the same shit. We came in the game, you know what I mean, wanting to put ours on the chopping block. You know what I'm saying? For the people. If you say that this fighter is the fighter, right, then we want to see. We want to see what how his style matches up against Devin. We think, and I believe that Devin has he's the quintessential boxer. He's what, you know what I mean, comes around every 25 years. You know, you have someone that can neutralize anything that anybody brings to the ring. And Floyd talked about that. He told you guys. He says, "I'm gonna take away what your favorite fighter does best," right? And guess what you said? You said he was boring. You said all these things, and people don't want to keep it real and say that a lot of the similarities of what people are saying and the road that Floyd had to travel is very similar, you know, to what Devin is traveling, except that Devin is more accomplished at 23 than Floyd was.
Very true. We got Dewey Jones Jr. $10 super chat says Baltimore.
Be more. Stand up.
Where is Blue Bill Will? I don't know what that means.
I'm not sure. Shout out Baltimore.
Haley Thompson says, they say there's too many belts, so they don't matter. That argument is BS because Devin has them all. The straps are unified. Stop ducking Devin Haney.
Absolutely. You know, or just keep it real. You know what I'm saying? Like the brother said, this is the boxing voice. This is the voice of the people. And we got to just keep it real. You know what I mean? The goalpost is being moved, and we're getting a chance to not blame it on the working class, the people that survive off of, you know, YouTube, the people that survive off of the training and coaching. You know what I mean? We have to put the onus at the top of the game. Now we got to ask the Bernard Hopkinses of the world, the Floyd Mayweather Juniors of the world, the Oscar De La Hoyas. What the hell do you mean that the belts don't matter? The only reason that you guys are the guys that you are is because of the belts that you held. Mm-hmm. Other than that, what do you have? You didn't have breaking numbers until you became the world champions that you are. Till you beat the champions that were champions. The Gennaro Hernandez's of the world and stuff like that. Till you beat him to become champion. And you heard Floyd, rant and rave. He was chasing world champions then. Was he or was he not? Mm-hmm. It was a time that he was chasing them, right?
Calling out Mosley.
Yeah. So when you have
calling out Oscar.
Right. So when you have a fighter like Devin, right? You have a fighter like Shakur. You have these guys that grew up watching these guys in their pursuit of greatness. And it was always tied to a world championship belt. And now the guys that have laid out what they called the green print, the blueprint, and so forth, and none of that has belts and championships are tied to it, well, we're doing an injustice to these young brothers and young sisters. We're misinforming them. We're misdirecting them. And we need to get them back on the track that being a world champion means something. Just like it meant to Sugar Ray Leonard, just like it meant to Mike Tyson, just like it meant to, all of the great champions. Roberto Duran, right. Jack Johnson. What Jack Johnson went down and did in Australia is similar to what we went down and did. Everyone said that you was going to get robbed, you're going to lose, all the stuff. We put our faith in Allah, and we went to Australia and accomplished what we accomplished. But instead of actually reporting it and talking about it and saying it means, they're downplaying it. They're downplaying it and saying, okay, well, George Kambosos, he wasn't nobody, and George Kambosos is a tough and rugged and good fighter, right? Period. I don't take anything away from him. And I wouldn't advise anyone to come on here talking shit the way that I talk if you don't have a fighter like Devin Haney. The reason why I get fly and I pop it is because of Devin. Because of what he brings to the table. His work ethic, his skill set, his commitment, his drive, his mental fortitude. That's why I come on here and I do what I do.
You got the mad with that Jack Johnson. Jack Johnson, what the fuck? No way he did with Jack Johnson. They don't like that you said that.
Well, you got to tell the truth. What he went down and did and what he accomplished, being a heavyweight champion and going down there and winning, right? And it was against odds. They the deck was stacked against him.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? Behind the scenes, when it came to doing the business, he was treated unfair, but he did something that no one had did. And it's no different. I didn't see the line was around the corner for George Kambosos. I didn't see it. He said he chose us. I think that we were the last person that was standing that was willing to go over there for that type of deal, for that type of situation. I didn't see the line around the corner, but I did see that Ryan Garcia said he was going to fight George Kambosos after he beat Devin.
Mm-hmm.
He picked George Kambosos to beat Devin, and he was going to fight George Kambosos, but
Devin won, and those plans changed. We got Dewey Jones Jr., Bill Haney, Trainer of the Year. Do you think you get it?
Like I said, my guy is young. You know what I mean? We're young and in the game. Any kind of accolade like that, or anyone saying, just mentioning me amongst those bad jokers, the Derek Jameses of the world and Eddie Reynosos and all the other guys that have been trainer or considered trainer of the year is an honor for me. You know what I mean? I just want to do my job. I want Devin to be happy with it, and we set out to do one thing is for Devin to join the Mount Rushmore of boxing, for his face to be mentioned and named and all that with the greats of the sport. And to do this, you know what I mean, we're just getting started.
I got Boxing Talk 101. I'm real high on Amari Jones. Been watching him in the gym since he was 15. Can Bill speak on him a little bit?
Amari Jones, hell of a talent, 6-0 with 6 knockouts. He's from that Bay Area. He's from that soil, that grit and that grind. You know what I mean? That Bay. He's a fantastic young man, though. Outside the ring, he's humble, a good kid, comes from great stock, good parents. We expect some good things out of Amari Jones. He's definitely going to be a future world champion. He'll be fighting in Sacramento. I'm sorry I can't give the date right now offhand, but I think it's the 8th or something like that. What is
I
it?
want to say the 6th or the 5th, no?
6th or the 5th. Yeah, I didn't want to jump up. I don't want to start guessing and giving the wrong date, but if you can pull it up, we sure would appreciate it. And anybody that's in Sacramento, come out and watch AJ.
Maybe you're right. Let me ask Danny, because the 8th looks like a Thursday.
Let me see. I'll go look on his gram.
But we are joined by Bill Haney, father, trainer of, and manager of Devin Haney. If you're watching this on YouTube, don't forget to hit that thumbs up button. Get this to over 1,000 thumbs up. Let the algorithm know we had what should be at least manager of the year or trainer of the year, without a doubt, for 2022 with what he's been able to accomplish for his son. We got Andre
August 5th. August 5th, Sacramento, California. Sacramento, California. Be sure, everyone, to go follow official Amari Jones for any of the details. Official Amari Jones. Follow Devin Haney, real Devin Haney, and you'll both get it on their page. Mine's is BH_the_great, and we'll keep you always up to date with what's going on with DHP.
We got Andre Dakota in New Jersey that says 9 million followers but can't sell out the crypto arena at a cheaper price point than Tank. Ryan fight should be pay-per-view like Canelo if he is that big a star.
Hey, these guys and girls are doing wonderful jobs marketing and promoting themselves on Instagram. Like I said, that Dev's his girl is on there, and it's a hell of a business, in terms of marketing, what you can do with your Instagram page. I don't take anything away from those that have Instagram followings. I don't take anything away from fact that fighters can be popular. But what I do have a problem with is that you let the popularity override what it means to be a champion, what it means to be an undisputed champion. And us as boxing hardcore fans, you know what I mean, we have a problem with that. That doesn't make sense. Our champions of yesteryear that we that resonate with us so well were champions. They were in championship fights, and that's what it meant. It means a fight for those belts. And what you have in us that's different than what you might have in a Canelo or you have in other champions that are undisputed in their division is that we're still hungry, that we still want to prove that we're the best in our division, right? We don't want to just drop the belts. We don't want to just do all that. We want to prove that we're the best in that division, and before we move up to 140.
All right. We got Rob Keysor that says Tank versus Devin for undisputed is way bigger than Tank versus Ryan. People need to stop believing in BS. Ryan has never had a title or did anything in boxing. Yeah. Are they the same age?
23. Both Ryan and Tank. Both Ryan and Devin are 23, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Larry Smooth says, yes, Tank is the cash cow at 135. Bill can't answer that. It's simple. Yes or no question.
I don't know if he's the cash cow. I don't know because when you say cash cow, why aren't his opponents getting paid as if they're in an event with the cash cow? Hello.
You have to have heard Rolly came out of that well, right? Like that's the rumor in Vegas that Rolly did so well he got extra. You haven't heard that? Swear to God, you haven't heard that. Yo, it's all over Vegas.
Listen, Rolly is the first person that I've ever seen get knocked the fuck out and then come outside the next day as if nothing happened. When have you ever seen somebody get knocked the fuck out and it's like nothing ever happened?
Man, he's got a big spirit.
I don't know
what. Let that keep him down.
Listen, I don't know what he has. I think that you have a bunch of people that are comfortable with making a mockery of our sport, right? They're comfortable laughing. Look at the guy that seems like he's a little slow, say all the crazy shit. Look who he said it about. Look, he said it about Earl Spence. He said it about Crawford. That shit is, man, come on, man. Listen, me, myself, when I saw the kids that weren't 100% all the way there, I didn't do all that laughing and playing with them. I went the other way. You have some people that like to want to sit there and fuck with a person that might not 100% be all the way there. And we're laughing and we're joking, right? No, it's funny. See, it's funny. It's not funny to me.
But you, Terry, you trying to call him slow. He just made the biggest career of his life. Payday, he was in a fight. He sold the shit out that pay-per-view. People talking about...
But he didn't get paid more than Linares. He didn't get paid more than...
Are you sure?
I'm positive. He didn't get paid more than Jojo Diaz. He didn't get paid more than... Definitely didn't get paid more than
Kambosos.
No, definitely not. You know what I mean? So... When we talk about these,
you've been on vacation in Devin too. Heavy rumors. Heavy rumors out here that he got paid handsomely, that he was given extra. That Espinoza came to the locker room and was like, "Man, you did good. We want you back." So I don't know.
No, I don't believe any of that shit. I've never heard where a person gets knocked out and they get extra. I've heard rumors that when you win, you know, you did a great job and you can get. I've never heard somebody get knocked the fuck out in the sixth round and get money. And the guys say that you don't even deserve a rematch, and you get extra money. Extra money for what?
I mean, they sold out the crap. That they broke records in Barclay.
I think that if he fought Devin, they would have did the same thing.
I'm just saying.
I think if
Thurman in his prime versus Danny in his prime didn't sell out the Barclays, and Danny had multiple fights there.
So you say if it would have been Devin and him fighting, do they sell it out?
In the Barclay?
In the Barclay.
Devin only fought as close as Baltimore in the East,
I said if Devin and Tank fought in the Barclay, you don't think that they sell it out?
I think so. I think so because of that fight. You know, it's a big fight, and those guys have. I mean, look, Damon Litter went to fucking Australia. Like, they have celebrity friends that will get the word out.
We don't take anything away from what Al Heyman and what Floyd do when it's time to making an event.
Mm-hmm.
I always say that Al goes back to when I'm in the car with my dad. I'm listening on the radio and I'm hearing the Budweiser Superfest presented by Al Heyman. You know, so when you talk about throwing 2 or 3, 4, 5 parties out the year, right? And that's all they are for Al, is their parties, right? The events where he has a button he pushes and it goes out direct email to all the super fly people in the world, all the beautiful people of the world, right? Boom. We got an event at the Barclay. You're invited. Tickets will be where the ticket's supposed to be for you.
Mm-hmm.
Them making that event with 20,000 people, I think that Al Heyman will do that in his sleep until the day he dies. He will be able to make that happen. It's a party when Tank fights. You know about the party. You know about the people that come out, right? And but that still has nothing to do with being undisputed. That has nothing to do with being a world champion. Nothing at all to do with that. I think if Tank, because that's a great group over there with what Leonard is doing, and you know, Floyd and Al. If Tank was to leave today, would he do the same numbers at the Barclay?
If he left
Would it
Floyd?
be the same? Yes, if he left Floyd.
So you think there'll be a drop-off if he don't got the machine of Mayweather behind him?
Major. And let me tell you why. Because why would you build something, and how did you build it, and you say that the only way that it's going to be all right is unless it's with Al and Floyd. Floyd says he going to be A-OK. He going to be all right as long as he's with them. Well, I wanted to build the thing with Devin is that he's going to be okay whether I'm alive or not.
Mm-hmm. But it's different. You know, you're his father.
Well, he said that Al is a father figure, and they say with Gervonta he hasn't had a father. So he needed somebody to come in. What? No, they said he didn't have a father.
So you try and say Floyd got to step up?
Well, Floyd has stepped up.
But
Floyd has stepped up.
Not in a full father role. He got his own children. Like it's different, the love for your child and the love for someone else.
Well, anytime you tell a grown man that they need to stay with you for the rest of their life for them to be okay, then the relationship must run a little bit deeper than just casual.
Is it your belief now that you're with Top Rank, you've been on Showtime, and you've had business with DAZN, do you think that if Tank signed to Top Rank, he can still do the numbers he does? His events won't be what they are with Top Rank. 84 years in the business.
Well, it's a different business. It's a different business, a different audience. You know what I mean? It's a different audience. And I think he would have to take a step back to step up. You know what I mean? And that's just my belief.
I got Nico Di Nero. This is not the belt era no more, Bill Haney. I mean, it is true.
That's
It's
somebody.
true.
That's
It's
somebody.
not what you want to hear, but Jake Paul doesn't have a belt, and he represents big time boxing. Canelo can do what he wants. He just moved up to 75, big fight, no belt. Yes, there was one on the line, but it wasn't his.
No, the other day.
If Floyd comes back, which he said he's coming back, does he need a belt?
Last month, Bill needed the belts. Bill needed to sign with Top Rank. Bill needed to make sure Devin needs to sign with Top Rank. He needs to, if he really wants legacy and he really wants the fights, it was a big deal. But now, it's not. It's no longer the belt era. Man, please, if we don't knock it off, listen to this.
You gotta believe that some fighters need the belt to be positioned. Others, like a Tank, he don't need the belt.
Well,
He get in a fight with Devin without a belt. He get in a fight with Ryan without a belt. Both men want to fight with him, and he ain't got no belt. Shakur talking about him. He ain't got no.
Well, no,
belt.
it's always and will always be the era of the people. Now, if the people say that this guy is a hell of a fight, it's a tall task, it's something, it's a dangerous fight, well, that's the fight that we want. It's not about the belt. It's not about it's the people. It's what the people say that the tough fight is. Now, I came on there, I said, okay, you guys want to see, you'd prefer to see Ryan Garcia and Devin Haney. Why? Is it more of a competitive fight, or is it a popularity contest? I would want to see my favorite fighter, being challenged best, where he could come out, he would come out most glorious. The best that the fighter can come out by fighting the fight that's the toughest fight. You don't fight easy fights. You don't want your fighter that you believe in fighting easy fights. Do you want to see Steph go against LeBron, or do you want to see Steph go against Carmelo?
Different sport.
Not Carmelo. Melo.
Different sport, though. Neither one of those men will get hurt, to the point of retirement, or rather, the probability of that is less. It's greater than when you're a boxer. If the best fight the best, one of those guys might not keep fighting. Look at Wilder. It's questionable whether he's coming back because the best fought the best 3 times. So it's like,
that was a hell of a fight, wasn't it?
It was, but now look, they both retired. I mean, Fury's saying he's done. Wilder's kind of like, am I done? I don't know.
Those big fights take a lot out of you.
They do.
You know what I mean?
They
take a lot out of you.
And you got to admit, if Devin fights Tank or Ryan represents some sort of power, you're asking for a rematch clause. Your promoters or your business partners, they're going to insist on a rematch clause, no?
Well, the thing that we insist on doing everything that we can do to make the fight happen. When things become unrealistic, right, then, of course, the fight can't happen, right? But I can't go into it and say what we will do, what we will give up, what will happen, right? We've learned publicly that's something that you can't do.
But
publicly,
that is, though. You're the champ with all the belts. How could you not say, yeah, I want to rematch? I did all the heavy lifting.
Yeah.
I went to Australia.
Yeah. Well, like I said, you go into it and you hope that you can demand certain things, and sometimes that you can't demand the things that you'd like to demand. Sometimes you have to take certain things, and it works on both sides. Mm-hmm. It works on both sides. It works for whereas you see Ryan Garcia as an opponent. He's the B side, but the A side is now people are saying that he might have to concede to some of the demands from the B side. Mm-hmm. You know what I mean? And I'm laughing at it because they just said that they don't concede. They say that they don't bend. They don't fold. It's their way or the highway. But now you have people that are Tank fans that have folded like lawn chairs.
But that's the fans, not the team. I don't think that the team is going to give Ryan the opportunity at 40 where
the fans
better
dictate.
suited.
The fans dictate everything. The fans
not
listen.
The weight.
Listen, no, the fans are saying that. Well, you have a. To me, I'm seeing a general consensus of people that are saying that. Yeah, they fight Ryan and meet Ryan's demands. Then you have another general consensus of people to say no, he's not the A side. He can't demand shit. You see what I'm saying? But to me, the fact that it's even conversation lets me know that that's not where they want it to be, because they said it's not even conversation. There's nothing to talk about. You take this as our way or the highway. We got a certain way of doing things and a certain way we operate, and if you're not with it, then that's not with it. Well, that's not what Oscar and Ryan has come out and said. You even hear Oscar saying that it's got to be did on both platforms, on DAZN, but you don't hear the people saying shit. The people say that
because that's more common. It's becoming more common.
Well, just then when I said the fight could be on Showtime and could be on ESPN, everyone didn't understand what I was saying. That's what we talked about when we first came in, right?
I mean, we've seen that with Wilder Fury.
Right.
Co-promotion. Right. So, and we've seen that with Top Rank. We know it exists. It exists. We haven't seen it with DAZN. Joe McCroskey was on Twitter the other day making it clear that, he sent Espinoza some emails to reference Tank, but we'll see what comes from that. We got Fred Robinson. Bless up, Bill. Keep doing what you do. I would love to see Devin take out Josh Taylor. Now, that's the end of his question, but I got to add, is that something that would happen since this camp for Kambosos had no, that I know of, it had no Ben Davidson involved? Is Josh Taylor on the menu now?
Josh, we've always maintained a close relationship with Ben Davidson and Josh Taylor. That's a fight that we had never considered, right? We've never talked about it publicly, privately, or anything, being that we've always compared so many notes with Ben in terms of what they do, what they bring to the table with Devin. He's carefully critiqued Devin as well. So it's just something that we've never entertained.
We got Kenichi Bear headphones that says, Mr. Haney wanted to congratulate you and Devin for making history at 135, and I hope you're enjoying the headphones that Kenichi Bear family. When Devin was here, we gave him some phones. We got Gaio07. It says, no, that's not for you. That's he wants, but he did say shout out to Team Haney, though. He wants to get Bernie the Boxer on. We just had him on yesterday, so you could just reference that on YouTube or iTunes, iHeart, or Spotify. Next up, somebody please go look at Ryan's followers. You'll see nothing but bots. Those are bought followers. Please, please, please go look. Yeah, I doubt it, man. I think that the powers that be would have had that audited a long time ago. Ism J says, Bill, can you put Oakland in Devin's ring intro somehow?
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely.
All right. We got Doc Dre that says, no way George Kambosos camp or promoters put up a high 7-figure or low 8-figure purse to lose to Devin again. That's why he ain't screaming for it. George Kambosos is rich because of Devin Haney.
Shout out to George and Jim, you know what I mean, and all that they've accomplished financially and inside the ring as well, so anything that they're doing, you know what I mean, I'm a fan of the sport. I hope that they're well, and ready to go. If we should be if that should be our fight that we have next. I have nothing to say ill towards, George, you know what I mean? Like, but this is about, the fighting the biggest and best fights and making them happen. You know what I mean? The fight was to us was, the second fight would need to present some challenges that the first fight didn't. You know what I mean? For us to get up for this fight, you know what I mean? It's like, okay, George, you raising your hand, you know what I'm saying? And we respect the fact that you're raising your hand because a lot of fighters be ducking Dev, you know what I'm saying? So I got to be careful with how I describe George, you know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. I want to let the people know that I look at him and I hold him in a higher esteem than some of the other fighters that they hold in the high esteem, because George is willing to fight Dev, not once but twice. So it's just the nature of the business.
Any word from Top Rank on Lomachenko and availability? I know we spoke before, and it sounds like maybe he wants a tune-up.
Well, I don't know. I'm very careful and selective with my words when it comes to Lomachenko, because we're competitive from a fight standpoint, but also I'm heartfelt in terms of everything that him and his family and his team are going through in the Ukraine. It's a very unfortunate situation on both sides. It's what I've been described as young. I heard young men fighting, young men dying and fighting, and old people just doing politics, so to speak. I don't quite remember the phrase, but it was something like that. And it's a war, man, and that's something that I couldn't even wrap my head around. You know what I mean? It being a war here on our soil, and we being attacked, and you having family members and stuff that's on the actual battlefield, whether Lomachenko is on the battlefield or not. I know he's going through a lot for what his country is going through. We would definitely entertain giving him any opportunity at feeding his family, at bringing light to his situation. But at the same time we can understand that if he's not available to fight Devin in October, and he needs to do something else.
Mr. Haney, much love to you and your family. I have to go to job 2 of 3, and I don't want you to talk behind my back while I'm gone. So hopefully I know we'll bump into each other again, and it'll be just as much respect, and we'll converse again just as we did today.
What fight you want to see?
I want to see Tank versus Ryan, and I want to see Devin versus Tank as well. So whatever I get first, I'll be ecstatic with.
You gonna get what you asked for first. You ain't put the one in
Well,
the one we
I
want
get
first.
Devin versus Tank, and then I hope I get Tank versus Ryan.
Okay, all right. Well, you gave it the right order. Because they're world champions, right?
Yes,
and you like to see Ryan Garcia.
the sport,
you like to see Ryan Garcia get a belt and become a world champion. That's what you'd like to see him do.
Honestly,
and he
I
can't,
don't care if
he
he
can't.
became a champion.
Oh, so you don't
Mr.
care?
Haney. I just want to see him fight Tank. Just
so
like I
you-
want to see him fight Devin, but he's scared of Devin, so I don't even expect that.
So you wouldn't want a 23-year-old kid that has been training and fighting all his life that's a multi belt winning amateur ever become a world champion as a pro?
I don't
Never
even
become-
know if he want to do it because he
No,
had the opportunity
no,
and he
Bo.
literally turned it down
Yes,
on
sir.
TV. I
Bo,
told you I've
was
never
just
seen
ask-
somebody do that before.
Okay, but I was just asking you, Bo, would you like to see a kid that's a multi-division trophy-winning amateur become a professional champion? Would you like to see that?
Based off what I've seen from that guy, I don't think he wants it, so I don't want nothing for him that he don't want for himself.
Bill, he ain't gonna answer you, Bill.
That's the answer. If he don't want it, I don't want it for him.
I hear you.
If Ness don't want the kid Telluride and he want the Corvette, I want the Corvette for
Oh,
Ness.
shit.
Just like Ness want for himself.
Hey, listen, for me as a boxing fan, right, if I've got a chance to see fighters that are amateurs and, they continue in the sport and they do everything that they need to do and their discipline and all that, I want to see them have an opportunity at becoming a world champion. You know
He
what I mean?
had it, and he turned it down right in front of all our faces.
Bill, so obviously you working with the Zone, I'm sure they would tell you what your son would do. Did you ever get viewership?
You know what? I don't really remember. I knew that they were always happy with the viewership. You know what I mean? After each and every fight, they're saying that it's getting more, and I don't really remember the numbers.
So you wouldn't be able to tell us if he had more people watching him than Tank had buying him.
Oh, he definitely had more people. Eddie would always make reference to that it's more people that's watching Dev than than people that are buying Tank.
All right. We got Faith to Live By, says, Mr. Haney, salute to you, sir. You and Dev are a role model for the community in so many ways. Just tell the truth. The guy's afraid to take the L. Firm, I don't know, I guess he meant from Dev. The champ got to beg contenders to fight him. Very true.
Yeah, it's the nature of the business because we do it for the people, by the people, of the people. And, you know, this is what it means. It means that you know, in those barbershop conversations, those beauty shop conversations, those conversations at work, you know what I mean, by the water jug, right? You want to know that, you know, you want to see and you want to talk about your favorite fighters fighting, you know, and Devin's name comes up amongst those guys. And, you know, we want to be available. We love and appreciate all the energy that everyone puts to push this sport forward. But you also have a responsibility, and you have a responsibility to put your name in the hat to fight. That's the responsibility of being a world champion. That's what the responsibility of saying that you're one of the best in this sport that we love so dearly.
The Axiom, Bill out here serving up the ether. We got Dragon Beans. Did Ryan bust Devin's eardrum in the amateurs?
Never has that happened, and I think that Henry Garcia, his dad, you know, I don't know what part of the clout chasing that he, because traditionally that's not really Henry Garcia. If you ever see, we post up, we put all the stuff up that we've done to Ryan Garcia, beat the shit out of him more than, you know, once or twice, you know, in the amateurs. Never has Devin had a busted eardrum. Never has he been stopped. Never has he had an 8 count, bloody nose, bloody lip, none of it. You know what I'm saying?
I've been testing that. People has anyone told you?
No.
Like, I'm consistently asking people now in the gyms, like, oh, so y'all sparred Devin? Has he ever had a busted nose? Because Bill got me out here chasing.
Yeah.
And nobody, and you know, like trainers too. Like, I'm asking trainers everything, and people like, you know what? I never seen him with a bloody. I'm like, what?
Right.
It's crazy.
No,
it's a lot of years, man.
Yeah, a lot of years. And that's a lot of focus. Like I said, he's, you know, you can't take anything away from these other fighters because they're really, really, really good. You know what I mean? But it's just something that's special about Dev, and I can only say that it's a gift from Allah. That he's a fighting motor scooter, man.
For sure.
Can I use the restroom?
Of course. Babe, show them where the restroom is. Just go out the door. So in the meantime, I want you guys to head on over to our Patreon because Danny is in Philadelphia right now. And he's with Bozy Ennis and with Jerron Ennis. So I'm going to put that post in our live chat so that you can drop a question to Jerron right now and, you know, be able to express yourself and have him answer your question personally. So hopefully you're already part of our Patreon page because you love the channel and you want to support and you always want to get your question in. But if not, no worries. You can still go ahead and get your question in now as we wait for Mr. Haney to use the restroom. We're going to get to all your super chats that you have for Mr. Haney before he has to go. Don't worry, Intrigue. I'm going down the order. But if you haven't already done so, don't forget to drop that question for Jerron Boots Ennis and Bozy Ennis, man. And Bozy Ennis who's going to be out, who is in the gym. Shout out to Danny. He just got to Bozy's gym, but he was also at Tevin's gym. And then he'll be going to Danny Garcia's gym. So it is going well for him in the city of Philadelphia. Once again, if you want to ask Jerron a question, click the link so that you can do so. And it will be asked to Jerron Ennis and Bozy Ennis personally, you know, with your name. Right now, it looks like we are at 1,197 people. So we're about 3 people away from 1,200. So if you haven't already done so, go ahead and click that notification bell so you get notified every time we go live. And, you know, you can rock out with us on a day-to-day basis. Looks like we got Mr. Haney back, so we'll keep it moving. We got GB Lifetime Videos. Mr. Haney, will we see Haney versus Tio at 140?
Absolutely. That's a fight that's something that could be on the menu. We have to give Tio and Senior time to go in and handle their business next. I wish them well, and hope that they can get have a resurgence back to the top of the division, where we love to see them and had fun with them and enjoy them being. You know what I mean? I don't like the quiet Tio or the quiet Senior. Do you?
Well, I mean, maybe that's what he needed, right? It's to focus.
But do you like that though? I don't really like that. I like Tio Senior.
I don't. I want to be entertained, so I definitely need a vocal person. But I understand, every day ain't always, sunshine. So
absolutely,
he trying to get himself back.
Get his confidence back.
I think I seen his hashtag yesterday, and it's called the Take Back. So
the Take Back, yeah.
He's coming back. We got Intrigue all the way out in Africa. He says Haney versus Brandon Lee at 140. Have they ever sparred before? 3 fire emojis.
Absolutely.
Really?
Yeah, they didn't put in work. Yeah,
he done sparred everybody.
Shout out to Brandon. Shout out to his dad too, who's done a wonderful job. They've been on that journey. You know what I mean? And Brandon is a very good kid, man, inside and outside the ring, and I expect some big things from him in the future.
Edward Cruz, will you guys know what's Devin's next fight date? When will you guys know? Excuse me.
We're kind of hearing something. You know what I mean? I'm not at liberty to to announce any kind of fight date or anything like that. So just look forward to it soon. I think we're saying October, but we don't know which day it is.
Terrence Trotter says, no way Devin is undisputed at 140. Stop it.
Terrence Trotter, I think you were one of the people that said, no way will he be undisputed at 135.
Foxy Brown says, Tank has plenty of time to get them belts. Does he really, though? I mean,
I don't know. How old is Tank? I'm not sure.
28, right? Or 27 at least.
Is he? How old is he? I'm not sure.
He's older than everybody else, for sure. He's been doing it longer. Let's see. Tank is 27, November 7th, 1994.
Okay, so he'd be 28.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, he'd be 28. All the guys, it seemed like that, they were young just yesterday, but now they're getting old so fast, right? They're getting older.
Mm-hmm.
Because with Shakur, he's 25 now. I seen him do the interview, and I remember when Shakur was 12 and 13 years old. So it's just good to see them guys grow up and be mature and to become world champions.
Which is crazy because I feel like Devin's been pro longer than Shakur.
Yes.
But Shakur's older. We got Terrence right back at you. Says Devin also beat the weakest 3-belt champion of all time. I don't think so. Some people like to say that he didn't defend, but the thing is, he beat the man that beat the man that beat the man.
That's what I was going to say. Is that and Teofimo was on the pound for pound list. He beat a guy on the pound for pound list, and then George beat him. So I don't know what week. And he asked him after he beat him, did he want a rematch? Inside the in right there. Right after the fight, right while it was live. So it wasn't like he beat him and then he did a publicity stunt right during the fight. He asked him and told him he could do it again with him.
Someone sent me a video of that clip with Bob, and he paid a super chat. He said, Ness, play that clip. 37 seconds, 37 minutes in and 30 seconds, someone is lying. And he's talking about, obviously, the 12% for the sanctioning fees. But, I mean, your argument makes...
Play it. What is he talking about?
I would have to find it again. Resend it to me, kind sir. Resend it to me because that got buried.
I don't know.
Well,
what he's
basically,
lying.
he's trying to say that there is. Bob is saying that the fighter has to pay it, but you're saying, that's up to you and your negotiation team, your management team.
Absolutely. And when you're bringing something historic as an undisputed or a world title to the, why wouldn't, Bob or any promotional company with DHP, if and when, Amari Jones becomes champion or, Shamar Canal becomes champion, we're going to pick up the sanctioning fees. That's part of having a world champion under your banner, for sure.
All right. They are not going to stop. We got a bunch. It says 1.1 thousand people live. Shout out to Bill Haney, the boogeyman. Fire emoji, shh emoji. Rob Keyser back. He says, people say belts don't matter only when they are ducking the person who has the belts. Let's be real. If Dev goes to 140, Ryan would drop back down. Laugh out loud. That's crazy. You think he would? You think he'll go back down and get them vacant belts, or would he stay at 140 with you guys?
I don't know. I just can't believe that we're having a discussion about whether or not the belts are credible or not. You know what I mean? Every young fighter, So then do we say the amateur trophies aren't important either? So you stop fighting for national titles? Should we stop fighting for the national titles? Okay, well, listen, ask the people. Should we stop fighting for the Olympic gold medals as well? When does this shit stop?
It's like you said, it's case by case, man. I think depending who that fighter is.
No, it's no case that's bigger than the case at hand. Being a world champion and fighting for a world championship belt, whether it be any of the sanctioning bodies, is the ultimate prize as a fighter. And when you can, just like you said, be the best and get paid for it, right? You know what I mean? It's a natural order of things. I think that we're trying to convolute, murky up the waters, and to say that, okay, in this case you don't need a belt, or in this case you don't need a belt, which is so far from the truth.
All right, I did get this video, so let's go ahead and play that. Right. All right, let's pause this. And where is this playthrough? Here we go. All right, this should play now.
Great event. I think everybody is going to enjoy themselves. I want to talk just a little bit about being undisputed. That sounds great.
All right,
you have the belts from every organization. But
let's back that up.
A little bit, 3 occasions.
George Kambosos went through that after me.
Right, yeah, right. So anyway, it's going to be a really good card, a great event. I think everybody is going to enjoy themselves. I want to talk just a little bit about being undisputed. That sounds great. You have the belts from every organization. But there's a downside to it, because there are 4 organizations. Each one charges.
It seems like, okay, maybe you weren't here because, Devin's right next to him. Mm-hmm. So was this in Australia when you were still on the way?
Yeah,
I don't really see you there.
No, I'm not there. But go ahead, let it finish.
Okay.
The fighters 3%. So now if they're undisputed and there's 4 belts, that's 12%. That's a lot of money to take out of a purse, right? But that's what it is. So there is, like everything else in life, a downside. Wonderful to be undisputed, terrible to pay 12% of your purse to these organizations, right?
who's paying for it, right? Like, we
Right.
don't know exactly off that video what exactly is happening behind closed doors or at the negotiation table. So pretty much wasted our time. But the next one is from Dwayne Moore. Devin is the only fighter to clean out a division without defending his belt once. All these boxers are running from 135 now. Well, he did defend the WBC like 3 times. Well, 4 with the Kambosos, or is it 3 with Kambosos? I want to say.
Hello.
Hey, what's happening?
Hey, how you doing, good brother? This
I'm good. How are you?
I happen to be on top on the boxing voice. You know what I mean? And I decided to give you a call. You know, because I knew that you'd answer because you're always answering the phone. But
Do my best to be available.
okay, but let me give an introduction. This is the top rank attorney who does a wonderful, wonderful, wonderful job with the top rank business. And they were talking about the belts. They were talking about the belts, and I said, and because I speak so highly about the belts and what it means to be a champion, and the fact that a lot of the scenarios are being created that you don't need belts. But I said that the top rank and ESPN, they pay for the belts, and Devin doesn't have to worry about it. Can you confirm that that's true?
Bill, where are you right now?
I'm right here at the Boxing Voice, live.
Yeah, I'm not going to talk publicly about what we do financially with you.
Okay, all right. Well, I'm going to say it. I'm going to say that Top Rank is great in the business, and Top Rank, we have a great situation, and being a world champion and having all the belts, that from Devin's perspective is great because we don't pay for any belts, and we don't have to worry about being an undisputed champion, and financially it being a responsibility of Devin. And is it okay for me to talk like that? Okay, well, that was good for a non-confirmation, but this is one of the guys behind the scenes, and you know, that should get a lot of credit. I don't know if he wants to say his name or not. You know, that's why I haven't said his name. But a lot of the business that gets handled, I spend talking to you. So thank you for not confirming, but confirming the fact of, you know.
I definitely didn't confirm anything.
Right. But will you confirm that it's something that's negotiated between the teams?
I'll confirm that I wish that you hadn't made this phone call to me.
Hey, have a good day, my friend. Thank you.
All right, you too, man.
Thank you,
Yo,
brother.
that's the thing. You see, they don't like that you tell the truth, man. You know, you always have receipts. You always have some sort of text. You always call someone. And I'm not saying he doesn't like it, but just in general, when people try to say something, you're proactive. You know, so this gentleman was super chatting and on, not wanting to believe that you didn't pay sanctioning fees. You're proactive and you prove that. And I love that, man. That's what more people need to do. Be just honest. This sport needs to get back to being honest. But we got Dewey Jones back with another one. He says, who realistically is the next opponent, Loma or Kambosos?
They're all good. They're all good opponents. Former world champions. You know that, of course, we welcome the opportunity to do. You know, George Kambosos, like I said, he's the guy that's been most vocal, right? He came to Devin's fight. He's rated high. He beat the man that beat the man. So I have nothing but good things to say about him. You know what I mean? But also, I have to address the fights that the people are asking for, the fights that the people are demanding. You know what I mean? And then see if we can make those happen. You know, and then that's my purpose of coming out publicly and discussing and talking with you guys, is answering it. This is, you know, for the people, by the people, of the people. You guys are the ones that pay the bills, whether it's on ESPN, whether it's on pay-per-view. you guys. It's the fans that pay. You know what I mean? And to not answer to you guys and to have these narratives being created that we as promoters or we as managers, we do whatever we want to do and you guys don't have any control is simply a falsehood.
Real American Fan, hey, what's up, Bill and Ness? UK have their own world of boxing. It's like all they have to do is just box. It's fighters in the U.S. that have to be promoted. That's true.
Well, no, it's two different markets. But I think when you talk about the U.S. market, it's a valid market and a credible market in terms of the best fighters. And we have to maintain that. We have to keep that. We cannot switch over to anything other than having and representing the best talent in the world and in the United States.
We got Trevor Diaz. This says, what's up, Ness and Bill? Keep up the great work. Shout out to you, champ. And I think the last one is from Daniel Saint, who says, salute, Bill. How soon do you guys get back to training after a fight?
Devin stays in the gym. He's in the gym all the time. You know, he's always in the gym. We have to hope and kind of push him out the door to go have some fun, just so you can keep some balance in there. You can keep you can peak at the right time. What the old timers have always taught me. Yeah, we're in the gym. We're in the gym. Matter of fact, we're in the gym today at 2.
That is all the questions. I thought Info Joe slid what in. Doesn't look like it. We're going to go ahead and wrap it up. I want to give, obviously, Bill a tour of the building and hope that 2 p.m. session is right here in our private facility. Thank you guys for tuning in. We'll be back tomorrow at 6 a.m. without a doubt. Peace.
Peace.